Good evening. Welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for October 3rd, 2024. At this time, I would like to call the meeting to order. The commissioners who are present for this evening's meeting are at City Hall and on Zoom. We also have staff from the city's attorney and the city clerk's office, as well as the city's planning department. If you're joining us on Zoom this evening, we can see that you are here. You may observe the meeting, however, your ability to be seen on screen and talk will be muted. During the public testimony of the meeting, you will be unmuted and then able to comment. Please note that we cannot take questions until the public testimony portion of the meeting. If you have a process question during the meeting, please email cityclerk@meridiancity.org and they will reply as quickly as possible. If you simply would like to watch the meeting, we encourage you to watch this on the streaming on the city's YouTube channel. You can access it at meridiancity.org/live. With then, let us begin with roll call. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rust? Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Commissioner Sandoval?
Present.
Commissioner Grace?
Here.
Chairperson Lorcher?
Here. The first item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. There are no changes to tonight's agenda. Could I get a motion to adopt tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second to adopt the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Motion carries. Next is the consent agenda. We have 3 items on the consent agenda. To approve the minutes from the September 19th Planning and Zoning meeting, facts and findings and conclusions of law for Outer Banks subdivision, and facts and findings and conclusions of law for the Bald Cypress multifamily community. Could I get a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented?
I move to accept.
It's been moved and second to accept the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. At this time, I would like to briefly explain the public hearing process. We will open each item individually and begin with the staff report. Staff will report their findings on how the item adheres to our comprehensive plan and our unified development code. After staff has made their presentation, the applicant will come forward and present their case and respond to staff's comments. They will have 15 minutes to do so. After the applicant has finished, we will open the floor for public testimony. Each person will be called only once during public testimony. The clerk will call the names individually of those who have signed up on our website in advance to testify. You can come to the microphones in chambers, or you can be unmuted on Zoom. Please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address the commission. If you have previously sent pictures or a presentation for the meeting, it will be displayed on our screen, and our city clerk will help you run the presentation. If you have established that you're speaking on the behalf of a larger group like an HOA, where others from that group allow you to speak on their behalf, you will have up to 10 minutes. After all of those who've signed up in advance have spoken, we'll invite any others in chambers who wish to testify. If you wish to speak on a topic, you may come forward in chambers, or if on Zoom, you may use the raise hand button. And if you're listening on a telephone, please press *9 and wait for your name to be called. If you're listening on multiple devices, such as a computer and a phone, please be sure to mute those extra devices so we do not experience feedback, so we can hear you clearly. When you are finished, if the commission does not have any questions for you, you will return to your seat in chambers or be muted on Zoom and no longer have the ability to speak. Please remember, we will not call on you a second time. After all testimony has been heard, the applicant will be given another 10 minutes to come back and respond. When the applicant has finished responding to questions and concerns, we will close the public hearing, and the commissioners will have an opportunity to discuss and hopefully make final decisions or recommendations to City Council as needed. So a couple of things I'd like to do before we start the meeting. I would like to introduce Sam Rust. He is our newest commissioner. So welcome, Sam. He is from the impact area in Southwest Meridian. So he lives out on south of 84, and this commission is comprised of commissioners from all different parts of the city of Meridian and the impact area. So we all have an interesting perspective because we don't all live in the same place. He lives in West Meridian, I live in Northwest Meridian. Commissioner Grace lives in another place as well. So we have a different perspective on all of the city so that we can hopefully make good decisions in regard to our community. Secondly, we have a couple applications which may go longer than anticipated based on public comment. And if we get to 10 o'clock tonight, we will not open any new applications after 10. Hopefully we won't get to that point. We'll try to do this efficiently and move forward. And finally, we invite anybody who is on Zoom or in chambers to speak. If you are addressing a particular topic, such as your community, traffic, schools, and all those types of things, we don't need every person to talk about the same subject every single time. So if you see that a person comes up and discusses that particular application and what you want to say is something that they've already iterated, it's not necessary for you to come up unless you really would like to speak. But everybody has their right for their 3 minutes. So we will do that as well. All right. So with that, I would like to open the public hearing for item H 2024-0002 to continue the Meridian OZ for a conditional use permit modification for a multifamily development for 36 residential units. We will start with the staff report.
Madam Chair, staff is bringing up the staff report. I'm just going to plant a seed with Commissioner Rust, since he's new to the commission and did not participate in the initial portion of this public hearing. If you've had an opportunity to review the record, meaning the minutes and or the video, and you feel like you're able to participate tonight, you've seen the previous testimony and you're prepared to dive in, that's perfectly fine. If you haven't had an opportunity to do that or you don't feel comfortable, it's okay to recuse as well, since you weren't a part of that first part of the public hearing. So I'll leave that to your good discretion, but either way is okay.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. So this is a continuation from the previous hearing, Meridian OZ. We did have a chance to meet with the applicant and make some changes or some proposals for you tonight. And the applicant has two options. We'll be presenting two options for you here tonight. So we can move on with the applicant as long as you guys are comfortable with that.
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay, for the benefit of Commissioner Rust, I'll just review a few stats. This was previously approved under conditional use approval in November of 2023, last year. And really what we are seeking to modify in that conditional use approval are the items that you see boxed in red. So we're looking to go to the full height limit that's permitted for this zone. It's R40 zone. We are proposing 36 units, 18 one-bedroom, 18 two-bedrooms. That's another difference from the previous CUP approval. And then the parking that goes along with that unit count has modified.
I do need you to state your name and address for the record before you really get into it.
Danielle Stamen, and our offices are located at 116 South 6th Street in Boise.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, a quick review of the proposal of the buildings. And then I'll focus in tonight on the item that caused the carryover from last time. So we were discussing, I think, the privacy and the boundary at the south of the site. South of the site, to reiterate, is a current residential property that is not incorporated into the city of Meridian, but may be annexed in the future. So we are proposing a 6-foot-high closed vision fence, and that condition is listed in the staff report as part of the proposed approval. Additionally, there's a requirement in accordance with the city's comp plan to provide cross-access easement between the sites. So you can see our future cross-access easement. We have located that, the vehicular one is located where it was previous, but the pedestrian cross-access easement has been moved 85 feet to the east. If you recall from last meeting, the residential property, the house is located to the south and west of where that cross-access easement is proposed. So there will be a fence there, and then the cross-access easement is basically a driveway stub and a sidewalk stub that ends in a 6-foot-high closed vision fence. We did look at several locations for this cross-access easement, and it should be noted that closer to Locust Grove Road, there's a significant drop in grade right there. So our proposal would bring up that grade, meeting street elevation, which is of course necessary to get that drive aisle in. So the red dash line is showing where the retaining wall would be that physically really prevents a vehicular cross-access easement there until the site to the south possibly is regraded in the future. So there's really two options to consider. One, we could put the driveway in where it's located in this exhibit with that pedestrian cross-access located a little bit to the east. We could also, I think alternatively, pursue a cross-access easement that the location is determined at a later date. Let's say the property to the south is sold, it's currently on the market, and we know more about the use of that property. I think that's the biggest curveball here, is we really don't know if that will be a light industrial use, a residential use, a multifamily use. So we really don't have a great vision of what type of traffic may be moving through that cross-access easement. You can see the residence located to the south. And we've also wanted to show the grade difference that's really preventing us from putting that easement closer towards Locust Grove. It's about a 4-foot drop. To show just how this site could be built out to the south, we are not proposing this build out. It's really just to see how that could connect. If it was multifamily of the size that our project is proposing, you could have that center cross-access easement work quite well for parking access. But this is not to say that we are proposing that. We're not purchasing the site, and that really could be anything allowable by the city if it's annexed. To I think make the point for sort of a open location easement on this one. The previous CUP approval did not identify a location for this cross-access easement. So I think that's a point to be made, that following the precedent of the previous approval, there really was no location. It's a condition that is contingent on getting the certificate of occupancy for this project. And that's all I have.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant before we take public testimony?
Madam Chair, I have a couple questions.
Commissioner Grace?
Thank you, Danielle. So can you just clarify, I thought I read that have the elevations changed at all on the structures, or is it just the 18 and 18, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom change?
The previous CUP approval was for a 2-story development. We're proposing a 3-story, three-story buildings. So that's why the previous approval was around a 35-foot height limit, and we're proposing about 45. And because the site has a significant grade difference from one point to the other, the max height is also pinned to average grade plane. So we'd like the flexibility because we're locating those buildings at 3 different site elevations, if that makes sense. Yeah.
And then second question. Are you, so can you just clarify, are you suggesting you'd like to wait on identifying the location of the cross access easement? Is that the vehicle one or the pedestrian one, or both?
It would really be both. I think for our team, frankly, there's value in just putting it in where we've proposed and being done. I don't know that that serves the site to the south in the best way if it's annexed. But from what we know now, ideally it would be located where we've proposed in that
Yeah.
first option.
You're comfortable waiting, developing and waiting a little while on that?
We could, I think we wanted to bring two options to the commission and understand what you thought was most prudent.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from commissioners before public testimony? Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for this application?
Madam Chair, I do have a Brian Redson that signed up.
In chambers?
Yes.
Oh, you have no comments? Okay. Is that it?
Madam Chair, yes, that's it.
Okay. Did you have any other comments that you would like to make? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. I think the applicant has addressed the concerns of creating some privacy. I understand, the city wants cross-access for future development and that it is not as enforceable later than it is at the beginning, which is why I want the cross-access to begin with. I personally like the white vinyl fence and stubbing it out. And if it's not to the preference of the next landowner to the south, then that's something that they will have to work with. That's not your concern because it's not your land. Those are my comments. In regard to the person who lives there, that should give them enough privacy and lack of access for that parcel to be continued in its current use.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with you on the privacy. Maybe I was taking a different approach on the access. I was looking at it like if we could create that flexibility for the future, development of that parcel to the south. I guess I was looking at that as a good thing. But if it makes it harder to enforce that, then I guess I understand that piece as well. So I wouldn't be opposed to sort of locking that in now, I guess.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sandoval?
yeah, I think we really asked as much as we possibly could. And if the applicant has done a great job working with the city and the commission, I think we should move forward with approving the CU. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rust, are you comfortable with the information that you would like to vote on this, or do you want to recuse yourself on this?
I'm comfortable voting.
Okay. Well, commissioners, I'm open to a motion.
Madam Chair, as a point of, just before we get into that, point of clarification. It's just regarding the motion specifically, do we, because this is not as it was presented in the staff report, this is a change from that, do we need to specify specifically whether we want the easement in a specific location, or like, I guess the question regarding the specificity of the motion that we'll need to make considering the continuance?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I think it is, you can provide as much specificity as you like, but I think it is adequate to, the basic motion would be to approve the conditional use permit as proposed in the staff report and as, with respect to the easement as presented by the applicant today, with the location being certain and being built at this, and the improvements being constructed at this time. I think that's adequate for the motion. When the findings come back for your final consideration, staff will have the definitive language at that point, and that will be your final order relative to approval. But I think for tonight's purposes, a motion that is somewhat similar to what I just described is adequate.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, we are creating a motion for a conditional use permit for the multifamily development. And I think the language we want to include in there is cross-access and privacy at this time.
And Madam Chair, we typically approve CUPs, right?
Correct.
This says recommended approval. Is that accurate?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, that is not accurate. This is, you are the deciding body here, so this would, that's a typographic error. You should phrase your motion as approving, not recommending, if that's your direction you're heading, or denying for that matter. But this should be a definitive action, not a recommendation.
I'll take a stab, Madam Chair.
Okay.
After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number MCU-2024-0002 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of October 3rd, 2024, with the confirming, I guess, or the following aspects, is that the location of the easement would be at a fixed point at this time, and the inclusion of the proposal for the privacy fence.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second to approve a conditional use permit for Meridian OZ. All those in favor say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is for Ziggy's Coffee for a request for conditional use permit. We will start with the staff report.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the commission, next item on the agenda is a conditional use permit for Ziggy's Coffee Shop. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit for a drive-through establishment within 300 feet of a residential district. The drive-through restaurant will be approximately 825 square feet and 1 story in height. The site consists of 0.497 acres of land zone CN located at 4801 South Tavistock Avenue. As shown on the screen, the current zoning is CN and the flume designation is mixed-use neighborhood. Some brief history about the site is that it was annexed in 2015 as a part of Hill Century Farm North subdivision, and the development agreement from this currently governs the site. Access is proposed via a private drive aisle on the south portion of the property, connecting to South Tavistock Avenue on the east. The applicant did provide a queuing study showing the site's ability to hold 8 vehicles prior to the order kiosk. However, staff has some concerns with the queuing. The specific use standards for a drive-through require stacking lanes to have sufficient capacity to prevent obstruction of driveways, drive aisles, and public right-of-way by patrons. Staff has concerns about the compliance with this standard as the drive-through queuing may extend onto the main private drive aisle during peak hours, which would conflict with uses in the immediate area, as a daycare was recently approved to the west. Staff recommends the applicant work with the neighboring property to the west to create a shared access between the 2 properties or redesign the site to allow for additional stacking. Additionally, there is an option to have the escape lane exit back onto the private drive aisle through the landscape buffer. This could add additional space on the site for queuing. Further, as demonstrated on the site plan, it appears larger vehicles may have a difficult time navigating the turning radius to enter the second stacking lane. The applicant is currently working with the developer of the subdivision on extending the landscaping to the existing curb along Amity Road. That will be revised with the submittal of certificate of zoning compliance and design review. The conceptual building elevations were submitted for the proposed restaurant. The proposed building design includes the following materials: ephes, brick, standing seam metal, panels, parapet, metal wall caps, and glazing. And staff recommends the incorporation of more fenestration and glazing on the north facade, as this will be the primary facade visible from East Amity Road. Staff is recommending approval with conditions and has not received any written testimony at this time. I will stand for questions.
Would the applicant like to come forward? Or are they?
Madam Chair, the applicant is on Zoom.
Please state
Thank
your
you,
name
Commissioners.
and address for the record, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Connor Lindstrom with KM Engineering, representing our client and Ziggy's Coffee. Address is 5725 North Discovery Way, Boise, Idaho. And then we also have our engineer, Brian Redson. He's in person there too if you have any more technical questions. Nick, I don't know if you were able to pull up my presentation for me, that'd be awesome.
Are you able to see that, Connor?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much. Okay, so yes, first off, thank you, Nick and staff, for working with us on this application. We'd like to start by just saying that, yeah, that Nick's covered a large majority of what we're proposing, but I'll go into a little more detail. So if you want to go to the next slide, that would be great. So this shows a vicinity map here. Properties, yeah, Tavistock, Amity Road, within the Hill Century Farm subdivision. This is a vacant lot currently. Lot to the west is also vacant. There is the daycare that'll be going in down the way as well. Next slide. So the conditional use permit we're submitting specifically is for Ziggy's Coffee to operate the drive-through and walk-up coffee shop. This is approximately 825 square foot building that's proposed. It'll be able to serve both drive-through customers and walk-up customers. And then within that patio area that's just to the south of the building, there will be some future outdoor seating. We don't have a firm grasp on exactly how many seats, but envisioning maybe a couple picnic tables there. And so the general hours of operation will be 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's what we're proposing, 7 days a week, which falls within the zoning code. We have the queuing lane that was mentioned by Nick there. We're showing once you get into the site, 8 vehicles that can queue before the ordering. And then from the actual window where you pick up your drink, it would be 13 total vehicles could queue. But we have the double stacking lane there. And then we also have the bypass lane. And the bypass lane specifically will allow for, customers that maybe something happened or they got to get somewhere else, they can exit and escape through the site around that 10-foot escape lane there. Next slide. I like to, just before I get into some of the concerns that the city has, I like to mention, and go through these specific use standards here. So the first one are the stacking lanes shall have sufficient capacity to prevent obstruction of driveways, drive aisles, and the public right of way by patrons. This is a standard that the city doesn't necessarily believe we're abiding by. They have some concerns there with stacking up into the private drive. So first off, this does mention public right of way by patrons too, with the sidewalk, but that is a private drive there. So if you go back, Nick, to the site plan, to the south there, the entrance into the site is from a private drive. That's the only entrance that is allowed. The subdivision standards limit any access off of Tavistock or Amity Road. So that's really the option we're left with here, is to come off of the private drive. Nick, if you want to go forward. The stacking lane shall be a separate lane from the circulation lanes needed for access and parking, except stacking lanes may provide access to designated employee parking. So we wanted to really emphasize that we wanted to have an area designated for parking to the west, separate from the driving aisle. So Nick, if you go forward, the slide, one more, sorry. So this was a revision that we kind of went through with staff. You know, we heard their concerns. They mentioned maybe moving the building further to the west here like this, where you have the parking on the east. But with this option, we felt that there was going to be some parking traffic that was maybe going to come in and park that wasn't necessarily going to use the drive-through. And you would have vehicles queuing back into that area where cars would need to come in and park. So we just felt that there was too much congestion there. And we did explore this and gave this to staff. We also explained that this wasn't going to increase the amount of vehicles queuing. So with this, you know, it just didn't seem to be a great fit. And therefore, if you go back, Nick, to the specific use standards slide, we felt that the site plan that Nick presented for you does meet this code section well, and it will allow for both parking and circulation through the site. Number 3 here, the stacking lane shall not be located within 10 feet of any residential district or existing residence. That's something that's easy to meet there. We're well outside that 10 feet. At the neighborhood meeting, we had some neighbors walk up to the neighborhood meeting, which was held at the site. They live to the south and they were supportive. They're really excited to have a coffee shop nearby where they can walk to. And they said they will be the first customers when it opens. So that's great. Number 4 is any stacking lane greater than 100 feet in length shall provide for an escape lane. Our drive-through proposed is greater than 100 feet. So we provided that escape lane. We actually also worked with staff to add a bulb out too. That was at the request, and we made sure to add that. And then lastly, that the site should be designed so that drive-through is visible from a public street. That's, we feel that is easily met. It's very visible from both Amity and Tavistock, even given the landscaping we're proposing. So if you go to the next slide, Nick, this just shows the queuing analysis that was completed. This is not the complete analysis. There are some screenshots that I took from it, and it should be in your staff report. The reason why I'm showing this is, we reached out to a traffic engineer, and they had to go through this process and do the calculations and measurements and the science, I guess, if you will. I'm not a traffic engineer, so I don't know all the ins and outs, but they take all the data given the site plan we provided, the existing conditions of the site, as well as I believe proposed conditions for the area, and they analyze, what is the use and how many trips is this going to create, and they show here that during the peak hour, which is in the AM time, I don't know the exact time, I would believe between like maybe 6 and 8, somewhere in there. We're showing a total of 36 trips, and that's at the peak, which would be 18 in, 18 out. So with that, if you see the calculation down here, that's all taken into account. And in the 95th percentile, Q would be 4 vehicles. So even during the greatest, peak hour, you're still only probably going to see 4 vehicles queuing there. We do understand that there are some other coffee shops in the area that have, had problems in the past and created some large queues. Ziggy's product is, well, it might be similar. The name branding there, it just isn't there. And so if you go forward, Nick, to a few more slides, keep going, one more. I know you're jumping around, but thanks for doing this for me. So this shows the average transactions that Ziggy's has, and this is for a site in Colorado. This is one of their more busier sites, if not their busiest. And during their peak time between 7 and 9 a.m., it looks like you're seeing per hour 46 transactions and 39 transactions. So this kind of aligns with what the peak could be in Meridian, but I mean, this is at the most profitable store where there are other Ziggy's. Meridian will be the first Ziggy's location, and we just don't believe that this is going to be like a Dutch Bros, if you will, at this time. So the transactions just show that in general, 80% of those are vehicle transactions, people coming through the drive-through, but we do have the walk-up as well, which accounts for about 20% of the transactions. All right, Nick, you can go back. Sorry. Keep going back. A couple more. Okay. Oh, sorry. Back to the site plan there. So yeah, with that queuing analysis, it took a look at this site plan and it shows that we are not going to have the issues that the staff is worried about. That it's all based on the city growing, and we understand that the city is growing to the south of Meridian, but we feel that this is just based on conjecture, their concerns, and we're kind of like, where does it end? I mean, will there ever be enough? I don't know, and we feel that we should trust our traffic engineer and the science at place, and they did that traffic analysis. Next slide. So this here, we submitted our site plan. We went through multiple meetings with the city. We thought we were meeting their concerns by adding the bulb out to the escape lane. We tried different site options. And then we got, about a week and a half ago, staff said, we're recommending these conditions of potentially adding more parking to the west on the adjacent site. So you can then get rid of some of your parking and then allow for this greater escape lane and maybe a shared access. So this drawing, I'm going to throw under the bus, Nick. This was Nick's drawing. I know he's doing his best, but it does show what he's kind of talking about in the conditions there, where you would have a shared access with the property to the west. And then you'd have your island there that's required with landscaping. And then you would then be able to pull into the site to the east to queue, and that you'd have that additional escape lane there. There are some concerns with this, though, given that the property to the west is not going to be owned by Ziggy's. I mean, that's owned by a different property owner. We actually did reach out to them about this option, and they don't believe that it's beneficial for Ziggy's or them. They just don't see this as being a great option. It really dictates the way that their site will develop, and they would like to keep it, as single access points for each lot to allow for the most flexibility for future users. This too would require them to put in parking stalls on their site for Ziggy's need, and they're not really willing to do that at this time. So, we have gone out of our way to reach out to that property owner. We've worked with the city, and we feel that this site plan here that staff's proposing is not going to be a greater solution. You're going to have some more pinch points there with cars trying to exit from the parking area and from the escape lane, as well as from the site to the west. And we actually think it'll create a larger issue there. So with that, we like to stick to our existing site plan that we've submitted, and hope that you see where we're coming from. If you'd like to move forward, Nick, another slide. Okay, yep, I think that's all I have. If you guys have any questions, please let us know. Like I said, Brian Redson is there in the council chambers too. He's our engineer, not our traffic engineer, but our civil engineer, and he could also help answer some questions. So thank you for your time.
Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair, I do have a couple questions.
Yeah.
Commissioner Grace?
And I apologize, I forget your name, Mr. Lindstrom.
Yes. I'd show my face too. I don't know if that's an option, but
It's right on the screen, Connor, so.
Okay.
Easy.
Great.
What, do you know what that private drive to the south, I guess, what does it serve? What's beyond that to the west?
Yeah, so Nick, I don't know if you can pull up that or my presentation again on the vicinity map. That might be helpful. It's one of the first slides, I believe. Yeah, slide 2 there. So you can see these are all the platted lots within Hill Century Farm there. And so those right now are vacant lots to the west. There is a daycare across the way on the private drive. I don't know, Nick, if you could point to that lot where that daycare is going in. Yeah, I think it covers a couple lots there. So right now we have mostly vacant lots in this commercial area, or that's proposed commercial. And then you have to the east some other lots there that are for commercial uses too. But that the private drive is just to serve these lots specifically. So any of the residential users would come further south on Tavistock and would not be turning into to this private drive.
Okay. And then I'm trying to get a sense of how many people may be parking there. And so I think I read in the packet that the parking space requirement depends on the seating that's going to be available. And do you have a sense of how much seating is going to be available for, I guess, not drive-through, but indoor, obviously?
Yeah, thanks, Councilman. So as far as indoor goes, definitely there's no indoor seating that's going to be there. We will have at any given time a couple employees, so they would need parking. But then as far as outdoor seating goes, I don't believe we have an exact number. In talking with the Ziggy's team, it's usually they have a couple like circular picnic style benches with an umbrella that you would see at like a Sonic or something like that that could seat, 3 or 4 or 5 people. So we feel that having some parking there is necessary. We're showing the 7 spaces. I believe the code, in talking with Nick, we could probably get down to like, 4 or 5, but given Ziggy's model, 7 is what they would really like to see and have the most parking available.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other
Madam
questions?
Chair.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, a question for the applicant. I think one thing I'm just struggling to square, it seems like the claim is that the layout as proposed will not be sufficiently congested to back up onto the street. Yet simultaneously, the layout that staff is requesting will be too congested to maneuver within the parking lot. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like each of these options serves a roughly similar amount of cars, and so I'm curious how you can kind of square that circle. If it feels like you're trying to kind of say that this won't be as congested as a Dutch Bros, this won't be as busy as a Dutch Bros, but when staff is asking you to reorient the location for the drive aisle, the concern is that it's going to be too busy to be maneuverable. So can you help me understand that?
Yeah,
What it is specifically about that layout that is going to make it? I understand the idea of cars, stacking behind the parked cars, but that would, to my mind, that would require the same amount of congestion that you're saying won't put these cars on the road here. Does that make sense? Does that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Smith, thank you. Yeah, I think I can help you answer that. So this site plan here, as we show it, you have the double stacking lane off of the private drive, and as you can see, it's to the east of where the parking area is. So yes, as you come into the site, you have the option, obviously, to turn right into the queuing lane or to turn left, stay to the left and park. With this too, it gives you the option to have, if there was a busier day, Ziggy's provides, like you would see at Dutch Bros or Chick-fil-A, they have somebody that can stand outside between the 2 queuing lanes and have outdoor orders, people that could order before you get to the ordering board to make things move quicker. So that's kind of, this site plan provides all of that. Nick, I don't know if you can go forward to your site plan drawing there. So with this, as you can see, if we move the axis further to the west, it would be on the property line between the lot to the west and the Ziggy's lot. With this, we're introducing both traffic from the Ziggy's location site, but also the traffic to the west. And at this time, we don't know what that use is going to be. It's within the same zone, so there's a multitude of different uses that could be allowed there. So you have that situation. And then also too, because of the requirements with landscaping and the parking island that would be needed there, as you come into the site and you turn right, you're going to have to navigate that parking island and kind of it's going to be a pinch point there from cars exiting from the parking area and the drive-through, as well as cars turning into the site for the drive-through. So we just feel that this creates more congestion, more cars and pedestrians interacting in one area. Whereas if we have the single access point that we're proposing, and then the future use to the west having their own single access, you're kind of separating more vehicles from each other, creating a better flow and less incidences of interactions between cars and peds. So that was our understanding. We also don't feel that adding this allows for that many more cars to queue. I mean, maybe you could sneak one more in there, but we don't feel that that's worth it given the other issues that are gonna potentially be created with this site plan. So I hopefully that answers your questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to testify?
Madam Chair, no one has signed up.
Madam Chair, can I ask one more question? I'm sorry,
Um,
of the applicant.
Yes.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. Connor, if you had already said this, I apologize, but I see you have 2 lanes there that merge into one on this picture that's up. Are you going to have like speakers on each side? Are you going to have employees out there, or are they all going to merge to one lane without having placed their order? And I'm asking because it could affect, the backup onto the street.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner. So Ziggy's vision is to provide this double stacking. So there is some extra area there if it did get busier. And then therefore, if we did have, let's say all these cars were here, if it got that busy, we would definitely have somebody out there taking orders, walking between the 2 cars there, or between the 2 lanes where they can take, outdoor orders. And then you would also have your normal ordering board there just to the east of the building. So I'll start with that. And then second is that the majority of the time, this site will not be this busy as you see all these cars here. So this is like the most cars you would probably see. But more likely than not, though, you're really only going to have maybe a car or 2 backed up. As seen in the traffic analysis, it said 4. So if there are 4 at that time, you'd really only be using a single access point. So that's where Ziggy's only felt that there would need to be 1 ordering board there just on the east side of the building. And then if there was to be a busier day, they could have somebody else out there too. So that's why you're not seeing like 2 ordering boards like you'd see at a McDonald's or something like that. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Yep.
Madam Clerk, is there anybody signed up online?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Okay. I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second to close the public hearing for Ziggy's Coffee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. My only concern about this plan is that they claim that, it'll be kind of like more of a slow and go as opposed to everybody clustering at the same time. But there is a daycare on the same street. And I would imagine that during the peak hours of drop-off is the same peak hours that people are getting coffee. So that private road, if they do end up in that private drive, they're all stacking there while parents are trying to drop off their kids. And since we also don't know, since this is the first Ziggy's in the community, what if it becomes like a high school hangout after school and we get, 20 cars and they don't have that cross access capacity? Is the developer to the west of them going to ticket and tow everybody that, parks because the high school kids or families or, groups that want to sit on their patio? I mean, I guess you plan for the worst and you hope for the best, but I have a feeling that if this becomes popular as this part of Meridian grows, there's a lot of potential for a lot of things to go wrong. So that would be my only concern. So right now, the business model says, yes, it's going to be a slow flow. Everybody will be moving nicely. Everybody will kind of come along. But eventually, based on the vicinity plan, there's going to be at least 8 businesses there, all using that same private lane. And, you know, there is a high potential if their product is, you know, becomes very popular, that people are going to be stacked out in that private lane. So, you know, I mean, success sometimes is a double-edged sword, but I understand what the city is trying to say is to prepare for growth because there are people there. Plus the community, the subdivision is just on the other side of this. And then you have the walk up as well. So I'm not going to say no to it, but those are, looking at this application from, you know, that perspective, knowing that a daycare is going in there for sure. And now knowing to the developer to the west says no to cross access, those would be my concerns.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Smith.
I think you're spot on. I think you know, I hope as with all businesses that move to Meridian, this is successful, but we can see the impact of successful coffee shops. And I think, you know, that to my, again, I am no expert in here, but to my perspective, from my experience in this kind of coffee shop, this feels very overweighted toward parking and not enough focus on drive-through capacity. It feels like this, I don't think we would have this issue if this parcel were 25% bigger. It just feels a little constrained, a little small. And I applaud them for trying to make this work on this parcel, but I don't see how I could support this without kind of following staff's requests. I mean, even looking at this tapering down from 2 lanes to 1, just the number of contact points also between the cars here, and that tight turn angle into the drive, there just seems to be a lot of opportunities for human error to be introduced, issues to come up, backing onto the road. To be candid, I would prefer for the parking lot to be congested more than I would prefer that road to be congested, especially knowing there's a daycare that near there. I think there are a lot of factors in this that I think this specific site plan isn't workable, but I think staff site plan could be staff's proposal and conditions could be more amenable.
Madam Chair, can I just see, Nick, the staff's proposed layout of that? In that layout, all that's changed is the window itself is in the same location. Is that right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Grace. Yeah, so this schematic is really, it's not a thou shall, it's more of a suggestion as far as like how it could work with our conditions. We're showing the cross access there and that between the 2 properties. This isn't exactly how it needs to be laid out if that's how they choose to do it. This was just for me to provide a potential, you know, image. Obviously, it's very rough. You know, I think that it was just a potential solution. It's not a thou shall, this is how it has to be within that condition. It's really just having that cross access between the 2 properties, getting that entrance further away from the intersection on Tavistock, and as well as allowing for some additional queuing. You know, and as far as I did hear some concern from Connor regarding the off-site improvements, you know, obviously we're not going to require the parking on the other half to be paved and all of that. That's not going to be required with this application. Same with the planter island. The full approach would obviously have to be paved for adequate ingress and egress for the property. But, you know, this is just showing how it could potentially abut parking on that west side, so you don't have to have 5 feet of landscaping there and integrate with that future property on the development, because we don't know what's going to go there. We do know that there's a daycare to the west. We don't know what's going to go on the other 4 pad sites that are sitting out here. And if it is busy, you know, if it is high traffic users, I could see potential conflict points, and I think having cross-access can potentially solve some of those issues on that private drive.
So, okay, thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. I guess I'm fine with this proposal. I do have the same concerns you do, Madam Chair. I'm just not sure how you address them. If you want a coffee shop there, if it's like any other coffee shop in this city, it's gonna be busy. But at the same time, it wouldn't be the first coffee shop that was really busy and, you know, I look at some of the ones that are traditionally drive-through coffee establishments where I live, and they're super busy too. Somehow it works. And so staff did recommend approval on this. It wasn't like they didn't. So, but I do have concerns too. It's going to be a busy place. I'm just not sure I have a better solution for it.
Right.
Madam Chair, it looks like based on this drawing that we're talking about a difference of 2 cars queuing, as I'm trying to approximate scale here, which doesn't feel like we're gaining a lot from moving the egress over to the cross access. And then I really don't like the 180-degree turn that would be required to use the parking that is introduced. So my inclination would be to go with the original site plan. Because I don't know that we're gaining that much. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval, any comments?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, for a motion. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H-2024-0035 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of October 3rd, 2024 with no modifications.
Second.
It's been moved and second to approve a conditional use permit for Ziggy's Coffee. All those in favor say
Madam
aye.
Chair,
Oh,
before you vote, may I just ask for a clarification from staff? My recollection is that if the motion is to approve the staff recommendation, the conditions envision the shared access. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Kurt, yes, correct. In the staff report, it's not holding them to this schematic that we have right here. It is asking them to create a cross-access entrance with the neighboring property to the west is the condition that would be in that. It's not the exact language, but that is the language that is in it. It's not, requiring them to do exactly what this is showing right here. It is asking them to move that entrance further to the west. That's correct, and share it with that.
Thank you, Nick. So if I understand the intention of the maker of the motion and the second, I think the intention of the maker of the motion is to approve the CUP, but with the site plan proposed by the applicant. If that is accurate, then I would recommend that the maker of the motion, with the concurrence of the second, modify your motion. So it's not going to be staff recommendation. It's going to be to approve the CUP as presented in the staff report, but with the modification to the conditions that would have required the movement of the ingress and egress point. Does that make sense?
It does. Do I need to withdraw the prior motion or?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, it's your prerogative. You can amend your motion with the concurrence of the second, or you can withdraw and make a second motion. So either way works.
I'll just I'll just withdraw it and then start over. So with that, thank you, Kurt. With that, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H-2024-0035 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of October 3rd, 2024, with the following modifications. To adopt the site plan as presented and proposed by the applicant and not the recommended site plan that's in the staff report.
Second.
it's been moved and second to approve Ziggy's Coffee with the applicant's rendering of the site. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
I think we have enough EAs for it to pass, so motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, the next item on the agenda is for Cedar Springs Animal Care Facility has a request for a conditional use permit. We'll begin with the staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Linda Ritter. So tonight, we have before us a request for a conditional use permit. This site consists of 2.49 acres of land zone LO and is located at 4759 North Summit Way. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to develop a 4,450 square foot animal care facility offering general practices such as examination and small procedures. There's no overnight boarding being proposed. So the applicant states as the population of Meridian continues to grow, the need for additional pet care for residents is limited. Foothills Veterinary Clinic will be a neighborhood clinic with general business operating hours, never before 6 or after 10, to treat general pet health and small procedures. Again, no boarding services will be available and pet outdoor access will be confined to a small fenced area under staff supervision. Additional noise insulation and landscaping will be used on the building to ensure that the veterinary clinic will be a valid addition to the surrounding community. Conceptual building elevations were submitted for the proposed structure. Building materials consist of stucco, shingle roof, anodized aluminum storefront, stone veneer, and accent paint. Final design is required to comply with the design standards in the architectural manual and the recorded development agreement. The applicant will have to submit for a certificate of zoning compliance and a design review prior to building permit issuance. So this is the outdoor area that no pets can be out there without supervision. There were no written testimonies for this, and so staff is recommending approval of this proposed conditional use permit with the findings in the staff report.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to come forward? Hi. Please state your name and address for the record.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Jason Polson with an address of 1580 West Cayuse Creek Drive, Meridian, Idaho. Tonight representing Biltmore Company as we bring before you a conditional use permit application for an animal care facility, Foothills Veterinary Facility in the Cedar Springs Commercial Business Park. This project can be considered a infill project as it would occupy one of the 4 remaining lots in that Cedar Springs commercial subdivision, a 20-year-old subdivision in North Meridian. That subdivision is located just south of McMillan Road on North Summit Way. And for the knowledge and as staff has proposed, the future land use, this subdivision is classified as office use with a zoning of LO. In that zoning, an animal care facility requires a conditioned use, which brings us here tonight. Additionally, development code under animal care facility states that animals shall be indoors unless otherwise supervised outside, as Associate Planner Ritter shared. Also that they will comply with state and local ordinances to help maintain and avoid any nuisance to those surrounding businesses or residences. This lot 18 is 0.249 acres. Again, it is to build a 4,450 square foot building, single user in this commercial building and located at 4759 North Summit Way. This facility was strategically thought out and planned to be located in the center of this commercial business park to provide additional buffers through common area, parking lots, and additional commercial buildings between other businesses in that commercial park and surrounding residential areas. This 12 by 14 foot dog run that would be required in veterinary care to make sure that animals are taking care of what business they might have. It will not be utilized unless supervision is in place. Additionally, it has additional landscaping and a fence to enclose any such excited animals that might use that space. The business and the owners there understand that they must comply with all LO zoning requirements. It's operating between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. And they will offer general animal care for house pets, small procedures, and examinations. This facility is intended to be a family-owned and operated facility with a husband and wife team. Couple renderings to comply and conform with the existing structures in that commercial park to give you an idea what the building might look like. And again, we appreciate your consideration of this conditional use permit. We agree with all the staff's findings in the staff report. We know that it'll be of value to the surrounding neighborhoods and to Meridian as a whole. Thank you for this chance, and I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to testify?
Madam Chair, no one has signed up.
Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and second to close the public hearing for Cedar Springs Animal Care Facility.
You call for a vote, Madam Chair.
Oh, well. May I have a vote to close the public hearing? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Sorry about that. I was all ready to talk about it. Any comments from commissioners?
Madam Chair, great service. It's probably going to do very well in that area. I sort of live in that North Meridian area. I still wish they would do something with McMillan, but I know that's not your problem. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a great business, and it's in a good location.
And the way the rendering is that's on the screen, it's within an established business park commercial area anyway, so it adds to that infill and adding businesses to our city, so that's a good thing too.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Sandoval?
Yeah, this just makes a ton of sense here. Just the planning and how it's surrounded, as far as noise mitigation. It's a great news.
All right, thank you. I'd be open to a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to do it. I don't need to steal all the motion glory, but after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H-2024-0036 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of October 3rd, 2024 with no modifications.
Second.
It's been moved and second to approve Cedar Springs Animal Care Facility. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item on our agenda is for Baratza subdivision is requesting annexation, preliminary plat, and a proposal to the city council for a waiver for block length. And we will start with the staff report.
Can you hear me now? So tonight we are here for an annexation and a preliminary plat. So this site consists of 80.3 acres of land currently zoned RUT in Ada County, and it's located at the corner of Black Cat and McMillan Road. The applicant is requesting to annex the property in the city with 26.98 acres of land zoned R8 and 53.32 acres of land zoned R15 for their proposed preliminary plat consisting of 377 lots, 348 buildable lots, 1 common lot, 20 common open space lots, and 1 right-of-way lot. There are structures at both 4023 and 4375 McMillan Road, and they will be removed, and the existing wells and septics will be abandoned as required. So because the applicant is proposing R15 zoning, staff recommends that the applicant provide a mix of dwelling types such as single-family attached or townhomes within Block 5, lots 2 through 15, Block 12, lots 1 through 12, and Block 13, 1 through 12 of the proposed development as allowed by the comprehensive plan for R15. It's the smaller lots in here that we'd like to see a different type of housing, a mix of housing within this development. The subdivision is, again, is R15 and R8 zoning. The subdivision is proposed to develop in 5 phases as shown in the phasing plan here. The first phase will include all perimeter and arterial roadway frontages with multiple use pathways. The North Grand Lakeway collector, 4 public street connections, and a primary common area amenity. Again, development of the subdivision is required to comply with the subdivision design and improvement standards in the UDC. There are 7 common driveways that are proposed with this subdivision. And there are 6 block faces that exceed the maximum block face standard, and the applicant will be requesting a waiver from council for those. So a 25-foot wide landscape buffer is required along Black Cat and McMillan Roads. And a 20-foot wide buffer is required along the internal collectors. Landscaping will be done according to the UDC standards. So staff recommends a 10-foot wide detached sidewalks are provided along all collectors and arterial streets within the abutting site for the public safety. The pathway master plan depicts a 10-foot pathway along the internal collector streets and along the north side of the Calkins lateral. So the landscape plan reflects a buffer from North Black Cat Road, edge of pavement ranging between 70 feet from the south to about 97 feet in the width on the north. The creasing ladder and the limp lateral, as well as the maintenance road, are both located within this buffer. Along McMillan Road to the north, there is a buffer shown with a width of 101 feet from the edge of the pavement. The creasing lateral is also located within this buffer. There are landscape strips of at least 25 feet in width between the lateral and the exterior property fences. Both arterial buffers meet the minimum requirement for at least 1 tree per 35 feet in width. These areas containing the lateral are shown to be sod. Buffers of at least 30 feet in width are provided along North Grand Lakeway. 20 feet is required. 8 feet wide and landscape parkways are provided along most of the internal local streets. All required buffers must comply with the UDC. So the applicant is proposing, back to that, no more grass within the landscape buffer along McMillan and Black Cat Road. So the staff is requiring the applicant to change this to regular sod as from past experience. Once the area has been transferred to the homeowners association, this area will be mowed as the perception will be it looks and feels unmaintained. So this is a diagram received from the applicant. So this is like regular sod and this is the the no mow grass. And these are pictures of it. So we just feel that it won't be maintained as it is um, perceived to be or recommended to be. We feel that the homeowners will not like the look of that. And also, staff is requiring the applicant to revise the landscape to incorporate landscaping within the areas to the, along the south border of the property, because right now they're just showing gravel along that area. We want them to work with the irrigation district to enter into some type of agreement to provide landscaping other than gravel in the common open space area. The applicant will need to revise the landscape plan accordingly with the understanding that trees will not be allowed in this area, but grass and maybe shrubs may be allowed to be added if negotiated with an agreement with the irrigation district. And we're asking them to add grass in the borough ditch along Black Cat Road. So based on the standards in the UDC, a minimum of 15% of qualified open space is required to be provided within the development. The applicant has met that requirement. A minimum of 16 amenities are required to provide. The applicant proposed a barn-style open-air gathering space with restrooms, open grassy play areas, natural play areas, picnic areas, open space common shelter, playgrounds, sports fields, pedestrian and bicycle circulation, large pond water feature, meandering pathways are planned within the centralized amenity areas. All the common space areas are required to be landscaped with one deciduous shade tree for every 5,000 square feet of area and include a variety of trees, shrubs, lawn, and other vegetated ground cover for the UDC. So this is a picture of the current roadways in the area. So it is at the corner of Black Cat and McMillan Road. And as we can see, Black Cat and McMillan Road are just two-lane roadways. So they're two-lane roadways with no curb, gutter, or sidewalk. So North Black Cat Lane is scheduled to be, so let's see, to be widened in sometime in the future around 2031. So this development, again, it proposes like 5 access points for us. The primary access will be a collector street off of McMillan Road, which will be North Lakeway, which will come in around here. Towards the northeast side of the property and connecting into Quartet Northeast number 2. And at the southeast corner of the property, there are 3 accesses, which will be local streets. One is a western access to North Black Cat Road, which aligns with West Quintel Street, and an eastern access, which connects to West Vizio Street from the Voltaire Heights subdivision, and an additional southern access, which connects to North Bartok Avenue, also in the Quartet Northeast number 2. So per the ACHD's staff report, due to high water table in the area, permeable pavers may be necessary internal to the site to accommodate high groundwater. Permeable pavers are allowed, provided they are designed in accordance with the ACHD policy and the best management. And then based on the proposed development, ACHD is requiring the applicant to improve North Black Cat Road and West McMillan. They need to dedicate 50 feet of right-of-way from the center line of North Black Cat Road abutting the site, improve McMillan Road with 17 feet of pavement and 3 feet of gravel shoulder, a 12-foot wide gravel irrigation access road as proposed, and a 10-foot wide multi-use pathway abutting the site to tie into the existing east of the site. Construct a dedicated westbound turn lane on McMillan Road when Grand Lake Way is constructed to intersect with McMillan Road. Dedicate right-of-way as necessary to accommodate the left turn lane. Improve Black Cat with 17 feet of pavement from center line, a 3-foot wide gravel shoulder, and 5-foot wide sidewalk, concrete sidewalk as proposed, located a minimum of 47 feet from center line abutting the site and tying to the existing improvement south of the site. Other than specifically approved with this application, direct access is prohibited on McMillan, Black Cat, and Grand Lakeway, and should be noted on the final plat. So, Jamestown Ranch subdivision is, Baratz was formerly known as this. It was requested to annex into the city and subdivide the 80 acres of land with R8 zoning into 294 building lots and 25 common lots. The proposed development was denied by city council in 2022. Council stated the reason for denial was the proposed annexation is not in the best interest of the city and would be detrimental to the community for the following reason. The proposed development would generate additional traffic on West McMillan Road and North Black Cat Road. West McMillan Road from North Black Cat Road to North 10 Mile Road would not be widened to 3 lanes until 2023 at the earliest. North Black Cat Road from Usick Road to West McMillan will not be widened to 5 lanes until 2023 at the earliest. The new staff report for ACHD anticipates that to exceed ACHD's acceptable level of service plan and thresholds in the PM peak hours as a 3-lane road under the 2025 total conditions, but meets ACHD's acceptable level of service plan and threshold in the shoulder hour under 2025 conditions. Shoulder hour is defined by ACHD as 1 hour before and 1 hour after the peak hours, during which traffic is rising toward a decrease from peak and congested conditions are infrequently occurring. These are the traffic counts from the, and I apologize, these are labeled backwards. This is from the 2021 report. At that time, ACHD said with this existing project that the level of service for, I can't even see behind this, McMillan Road would be F. So with the new report, they're saying better than E, but it does not meet the acceptable level of service plan and threshold in the PM peak hour. And for Black Cat Road, it was better than D, and with the new one, it's better than E. So the traffic went up in these areas with the projects that have been entitled in this area. And so with this development, they're saying better than E, but it does not, but it exceeds ACHC's acceptable level of plan and thresholds in the PM peak hour. So there is a roundabout that is scheduled to go at the intersection of McMillan and Black Cat Road, but it will not be constructed until 2029 at this point. They had previously said it would be in I think it was 2025 at one time, then it got pushed back to 2028, and now it is saying 2029. So 5 conceptual building elevations were submitted for the proposed subdivision. The applicant states that the house and products throughout the development are single-family detached unit featuring a variety of regionally appropriate designs. Per the applicant, the project site unique history of agriculture is captured within the site design and building designs. The homes are planned as a 1- and 2-story single-family detached. The homes will be designed in traditional, modern farm and ranch theme and will be constructed using a variety of high-quality material. Design review is not required for single-family structure. However, because the rear and sides of the home facing North Black Cat Road, McMillan, North Grand Lake, and Quinto Way, and North Bartok Avenue and Vizio Street will be highly visible, staff recommends a DA provision requiring those elevations incorporate articulation through changes in 2 or more of the following modulations, projections, recesses, step back, pop outs, bays, banding, porches, balconies, material types, and other integrated articulate elements to break up monotonous wall planes, roof lines, and that are visible from the public streets. Single-story homes will be exempt from this requirement. Design review is, however, required for single-family attached and townhomes. Design review will have to meet the requirements of the city's architectural standard manuals. A certificate of zoning compliance and design review application will also be required for the gathering barn and the pool area for submittal for review and approval prior to building permit issuance. The city received a letter from the West Ada School District, and it states that the elementary and high schools are over capacity. Pleasant View Elementary has no room to put another portable or space to create another classroom within the existing building. The children in the area will need to be bused to another school that may not have the capacity. So the city did receive written comments from about 14 people. Kathy Roundy, Lisa Britton, Sean Freeman, Karma Wallace, Carrie Hovey, Sherry Starr, Danielle and Eric Williams, Nolan Halterman, Richie and Megan Abramat, sorry if I butchered that name, Stephanie Mathis, Brittany and Dave Williams, Matt Calvert, Patty Phipps, and Craig Block. All of the comments were opposing the proposed development for the following reason: insufficient roads, overcrowded schools, in conflict with the goals of the comprehensive plans, and the request for higher density. Based on our UDC code, staff is recommending approval of the proposed conditional use of the proposed application with the findings and staff recommendations in the staff report. And at this time, I will take any questions.
Would the applicant like to come forward? Hi. Please state your
Evening.
name and address for the record.
Jeff Clemens. Address is 804 South Eagle, Idaho, 83616. Good evening, Madam Chairman and the rest of the council. I will admit, when I woke up this morning, I did not know I'd be given a presentation in front of the board. Matt Adams unfortunately had an emergency, so you'll get my presence instead of his. If I may lack a couple of the exact details he has, but my speech will be a little bit shorter. Can we bring up the presentation, please? Maybe not. Well, I'll kick it off while they're throwing up the presentation. There's one thing I'm hoping that comes out of the presentation, if nothing else, is that, do I have, yep, great, we're gonna go back up to the top. Okay, that we were thoughtful. We tried our best and we spent a lot of time, energy, and focus on how we can best integrate the community and bring some of the history with it. And it starts with the name Baratza. And so Baratza is Basque for orchard, and kind of going back to the roots of what that may be. And that's why I love the first picture of a little kid with an apple sitting here saying, hey, I'd like to have a little bite of it in an orchard, right? And so this kind of gives a high level of what we'll start with. We'll start high level and then how we interact within the community, about the community itself, and then I'll wrap it up from there. First off, Baratza is located in the heart of a medium density residential zone. It's right on the southeast corner. It's approximately 80 acres. It's bordered by Black Cat, and McMillan. All the things that have kind of already been said there. The one thing I kind of note is to the south of us is Quartet, and to the east of us is Bridge Tower West. Fully are building out communities. So this kind of is almost an infill community within the overall context when you look at it overall. Wanted to kind of give a higher level because then it kind of brings into where we go, which is you'll notice the 16, do I have a little pointer that I can point on here? I guess not. The 16 is approximately 1 mile to the west of the property, which is due to be complete in the next couple of years. All of what we looked at, we understand we're not an island. A lot of the comments that Linda had is your community is not an island unto itself, and where there's things and how it impacts the world. When we set about going back, as it was denied the last time it came through here, we really set about how we can change how it was presented last time, change in what we are doing, and affect the way that it makes it better before we start incorporating homes into the community. And so first off, yeah, it is not, but, okay. Streets is, I was kind of looking at I'm sorry, I was just making sure I got the right. Okay, I didn't realize it had graphics. Mine's always just one set there. So again, learning as I go. Is Grand Lake. Baratza will be the last connection to Grand Lake, which gives a connection from Black Cat to McMillan. It is an arterial roadway, and that would be part of our improvement, as well as dedicating the remainder pieces for the roundabout for ACHD to make the Black Cat and McMillan right away. That would be done before any closing of any home that we have. And most of these things I'm presenting to you right now are all things that we're doing upfront to address those issues that were brought up by staff. Next is a pedestrian connection. Along McMillan and Black Cat, we will be tiling the canals, as well as incorporating a pedestrian walk, as well as connecting it to the east. There's a 100-foot or so section outside of our property boundary that would then connect the entire pedestrian path all the way along that road there. Ultimately, what you see here, okay, I'll go back that way. What you see is everything in green and everything in gray will be installed up and complete before our first home is occupied. So that allows for all of Grand Lake to be completed and that up and running. You will see that there is the pedestrians along and the road widening along Black Cat and McMillan prior to any homes going on to being occupied. Lastly, we had the incorporation in the 2028. I know Linda referenced 2029. Somewhere in there, I do know the right-of-way has been acquired by ACHD, with ours part of the right-of-way being the last piece. Now the fun part. Baratza is about an identity, about a place. And so there's a context in which we are in the overall community, and there is how do we create a theme, how do we create a place, a sense of arrival into and part of Meridian. And that comes with it of, when you look here, you kind of see green, right? Linda mentioned that 15% is the minimum. But when it comes down to it, we are 23.8% open space. So, and we took that purposefully, meaning we want to incorporate green. If it's an orchard, it should feel like an orchard. If it's, how do I go and make this sense where you have, and everybody understands what Baratza is. And that means you go and have more open space. 16 is the minimum. We're at 21 with regards to the amenity points required for the community. So going above and beyond, not really because we want this to go have a thought to it. And we thought putting a Costco in the middle of it would be awesome on that park. But really the reason for the Costco representation is that is the size of our park. 6.3 acres right in the middle, the heart of the community, the soul of the community sitting there. Also, along with a sense of arrival, when you see that connector coming off the left-hand side, and again, I wish there, it's just really slow. You'll see the east to west road or the left to right road. That's not just a road. It is that leads into where we have a 10-foot parkway, an 8-foot sidewalk, and another 10-foot landscape zone in which we can tree line the streets. So if you can imagine when you're going down the street, you have large trees that are double stacked on both sides of a walkway heading into the park. That feeds also off of Grand Lake. When you come off of Grand Lake, you go right into the park and you overlook the space onto a lake, onto a rec center. So, and then you also have all the interconnected walkways throughout. So this is a thoughtful design in which we are bringing in different types of home sizes and different types of product within the community that are all interrelated and part of this community. Part of our thoughtfulness and part of our wanting to be here in front of you is also to kind of present what that image should be and could be. This is actual 3D rendering from the land group and what our vision is of the rec center, of the gathering barn, as we called it. You have the pool, you have the lake that's about an acre and a half, if have the acreage right, across the way, leading into the tot lot. That's not just a tot lot, it's actually a themed tot lot in which kids can play and they kind of have this feel like you're in a barn. You have a identified split rail. So if you kind of look along the bottom, you see railing that's not just your typical three rail. It's like, how do we go and bring in the identity as well as the orchards? We will go and have a space which we all have orchards within the overall park itself, as well as a big park. And then when you have the themes within, you got the cool barn that you can walk up and slide down, and you have logs on the side. Again, it's all coming together to bring a sense of identity within the community itself. And then you end up with a overall concept of the zones of the homes as well. And we really thank staff. They've been great to work with. Thank you very much. And we pretty much concur with every condition that they have in front of us, and we'll be more than happy to incorporate them. The one that we have a little bit of a problem with, and which we think within the context of the community, is incorporation of attached product. For us, we want differentiations of product, but we also think we can arrive at that same place with differentiation of home site sizes. So what you see here in the yellow is our lower density product, which I think is important because the surrounding community is Bridge Tower West and Quartet, and matching up property lines and making sure we have the same size home sites along the boundary should be as a buffer so that we are living adjacent to our neighbors. Thoughtful about that. Once you get inside, we went for a little bit more dense to try to achieve a few more homes inside, but also keeping it detached. Right now, we have detached homes within Meridian, and because of the smaller home site sizes and because of, trying to create a value for that buyer with a nice community, we think we can achieve the same value, same pricing we could with an attached product. And if that is the goal of the city there, is to try to make that achievable. Here's our product size, and it was there. Overall, it was about also listening to the neighbors, because in our neighborhood meeting about the condition for attached product, there was a common theme, and that theme was, well, what kind of density? What are you guys going to do there? Are you going to make something that feels right within the community, that doesn't stand aside? And that part, I think we've tried to achieve with the fact that all of our homes, all of our streets are tree lined, a majority of them, I should say, are tree lined. They all have parkway separated sidewalks. We have more open space than I'd say most of those other communities, even adjacent to us as well, to get there. And then trying to create that sense of community with those homes along those roads. Beyond that, on the waiver request, I was told we have to ask for this request. The maximum length is 750 feet. We are requesting a maximum length of 776 feet. So 3% more, or whatever that percentage is more. We are very conscientious and conscious of the fact that this wants to be a pedestrian community. And we are going to be putting in traffic calming throughout the locations, bulb outs, ways that we can make sure that the pedestrians get around, because that's as important as anything else besides the cars getting through here as well. I'd also just mention on Grand Lake, we actually created a larger buffer than required because we thought that also would make that part of the entry and through there even better. With that, I thank you for your time. Hopefully I kept it under my 10 minutes, and I really do appreciate it. I'll here take questions for anybody that has it. I've got a host of people here to help you answer questions too.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioners, do we have any, hold on one second. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Grace.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can you touch on that? I have a couple questions. Can you touch on that last, maybe not the last, but the issue related to the mixed product type? And you said you talked to the community.
Yes.
And the feedback you received is they would prefer more of the single family home and not the townhome type or the.
That was our takeaway. That was our, we didn't have specific writing notes. I think we had close to 20 or 30 people attend. All of them were, how is it, what was going on in the community? What kind of homes are you going to build? What are they going to look like? And I won't speak to specifics or something. I don't want townhomes, but the general feeling was attached product was not, they were, hey, more detached. We want people going to be living there. We don't want rentals. And that was kind of the theme. So I'm kind of condensing it down, and I don't want to speak for anybody, but that's what we took away from it.
So in 2022, the city thought it wasn't in the best interest of the school, and I'm trying to, other than maybe that diagonal, excuse me, that diagonal street that you described that kind of goes from southwest to north.
Mhm.
What have you changed? I mean, the issue with the schools, the Macmillan, it seemed
The
like-
McMillan and the location of where Grand Lake was coming through has been completely changed. The fact that we're tiling the canals and creating all the pedestrian connections has changed from that one. As far as we are also assisting on a turn pocket, I don't think it was part of the, I don't know all the specifics to it. If there's anything else I'm missing, to the specifics on that and between the two that were there. And I also admit that, yeah, so, but yeah, that's different. Oh, sorry, where did I do? I was looking back at the land plan. And then the overall pedestrian connections in and throughout the entire community are different.
Okay, last question, Madam Chair. The Gathering Barn, is that like a clubhouse? That's an.
It's a clubhouse. It'll be a thematic clubhouse that is going to be a barn themed kind of space where you'd have gatherings and that is the small kitchen, you're having a little party for the HOA and those kind of things.
Is this envisioned to be all one?
Yes.
So in other words, everyone will have access to these
Correct.
amenities?
Baratza is one community, 342 homes, all one community, integrated with the walks and integrated with the themes and the fencing and the parkway separated sidewalks and everything about it. This is all about one community.
And you have one pool?
Yeah, one pool and 5 acres of other stuff for the, yes.
Right.
And a gathering barn and a shade structure and a tot lot.
Okay, all right, thanks so much, appreciate it.
I do have a question. So this is a new owner for this parcel from the last
Correct.
application, so we want to treat it as its own. I'm just kind of curious, knowing that it had gotten denied before based on the application previously, you chose to go with R8 and R15. Why was that?
Within the context of the plan for R15 that allowed up to 15 to the acre is actually currently of the medium density for the higher. And in discussion with staff, that was the direction, even to the point where the attached would make it even more dense than that. We were trying to come up with a balance within the community itself for allowing for the open space. And we really wanted the theme with all the open space.
But also knowing that with R15, you have to have a variety of products, not just detached homes. But you're telling us that,
I'm sorry.
you're telling us that you would prefer just to have all detached homes, but just different sizes to be able to accommodate the zoning of R8 and R15. Is that correct?
Within our reading of R15, we're not aware of anything specific that says you have to have a type of attached and detached home within R15. I do know it's in that the town and design plan itself, but we weren't able to find it within the code itself, and maybe we're wrong on that. But that we did go look for it to say, is that specifically, are we asking for something outside of the code for R15?
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant before we open public testimony? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody to testify for this application?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Craig Bach.
Hi. You can state your name and address for the record. I would appreciate it.
Yes, my name is Craig Bach, and I live on 3894 West Viso Street in Bridge Tower West, formerly known as Volterra Heights, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm adjacent to the project.
Okay.
As well as several other folks here. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the time. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, I think, there are some design features that I do like I think they did a great job there from a design standpoint. However, from a community standpoint and the facilities and services, I do think that it is still a detriment to our community. Okay, and some of those are, and were mentioned already, for the schools. And for the schools, and honestly, I was here for also the apartment complex that was going to be, that was approved next, that's going to be built next to Walmart. Okay, and there were traffic studies done for that, and this one's using a 2021 traffic study. And so I'm confused as to these numbers, okay? But as well as what the school is providing. West Ada School District, yes, they state that everything is at or above capacity at this point. This project will add 171 is what's projected students to this. The apartment complex that was approved in 2022, they were projecting 94 for that. So that's 265 additional students. All right, that's on top of that. And at that time, for that project, West Ada School District stated that, at not even considering that project, and of course not this one either, considering all of the approved development, they were going to be far exceeding the current capacity of the schools. And they threw out numbers there that in their table that showed about 3,000 additional students over the approved development of what's happening out there. So, I understand 265 is a drop in the bucket according to 3,000, but it does just keep adding up here, okay? So, and school facilities are essential facilities for this kind of community. Safety on McMillan Road and pedestrian crossways are not considered in the traffic study. And these communities and the proposed as well, my community where I'm at and the proposed are in the school walk zone for Pleasant View Elementary School. And at the time of the conditional use permit for that project, the school itself, ACHD recommended that a crosswalk with a beacon crosswalk be installed at San Vito Way and McMillan as the residential development occurs, which I now live in, across and south of McMillan. Am I over?
You can finish up, yes.
Yes. So thank you for this extra time. And at that time, the vehicle traffic study showed about 4,000 vehicle trips, okay? And the October 22 study showed 9,650. And then this project is projected to add 2,804 additional to that. And so the traffic study did not account for any of that. And so as a school walker, it does cause a detriment to our community to be able to get over there.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop you there. Thank you. Just to let everybody know who is gonna come up, we have read the public comments, we have read the staff report, we have read the ACHD reports, we've seen those numbers. So, and we've seen the West Ada School District numbers as well. So we're very well versed in all of the numbers that are there. Madam Clerk, who is next?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have John and Cindy Caldwell.
Okay. Just John?
Okay.
Mr. Caldwell, if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Which one of these is live? Are they both?
They both are.
My name's John Caldwell, like the city, 3843 West Viso, so right down the street from this new.
Okay.
First, I'm in strong agreement with my neighbor, Craig Bach. My concern is, I'll be brief. My concern is that the needed infrastructure will be built 5 or 6 years after this development, adds about 3,000 additional vehicle daily trips. That block of McMillan is already a parking lot. I'm not an expert, but it sure looks like the ACHD admits there is a problem already. As staff pointed out, the summary findings in the traffic impact study of the subdivision concluded that McMillan Road, west of 10 Mile, road is anticipated to exceed ACHD's acceptable level of service planning thresholds in the PM peak hours under the 2025 conditions. This seems like putting the cart before the horse. Seems like we should make the needed infrastructure changes and then add the homes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have John Caldwell.
Oh, Mr. Caldwell just spoke.
Oh, sorry, that name is listed there twice. Thomas Snook,
Nope, not online. I don't see it. Okay,
and Madam
No.
Chair, that's it.
okay. Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to speak?
Madam Chair, no one is raising their hand.
All right, would the applicant like to come forward to address some of the concerns?
Jeff Clemens, same address. First off, I concur on the infrastructure, and that was our focus in making sure all the infrastructure is in with regards to the primary roads and the collectors before our first home is occupied. So back to our focus on making sure whatever we can do around the area, which includes a crosswalk across the street at Grand Lake as well, getting across the street. So just kind of get that focus there. Thank you.
So before you walk away, when you say crosswalk, are you just talking about painted lines or is there actually a signal?
Signal.
So like the safe straight state where you press the button and it blinks?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Signal.
And then, so the ACHD improvements are projected, they've been postponed once, if not twice, to 2029 for the roundabout.
Yes.
If you get approval for this project, when would your product become available? 2030?
If we get approval, our first occupancies are in 2027, 2028
Okay,
timeframe. By 2029, we'd have approximately a third of our homes maybe, so about 100 or so.
you've got 5 phases, correct?
Yeah, 5 phases. So the
Okay.
first phase is only less than 100.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second to close the public hearing for Baratza subdivision. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Commissioners, any thoughts about this proposal?
Madam Chair, I see some things that are positive and negative, and the density compares, it's comparable to that which is around it. The developer the applicant doesn't control the streets. I appreciate that last comment about the phasing and when these might be completed. Looks like by 2029, when some of these improvements are done, it'll be about a third full. So, I mean, I appreciate that the applicants worked with the community on this. The school issue is a problem. It's what's these kinds of things that lead to the overcrowding. I didn't like the potential busing. Eventually it might lead to a bond, but this is what it's zoned for. I think they tried to make some adjustments to it. And on balance, it's an appropriate fit for that area.
I live in this area and I'm also in the impact area of Highway 16 and frequently Ustick, McMillan, Black Cat are closed for various reasons to support the highway project. And I think we had about 60 days in which we were required to take Black Cat to McMillan down over to Oahe Storm and come around again while the bypass road was being created. And Oahe High School is in that area and soon to be Cole Christian. So even though it's not directly at this intersection, everything around it, surrounds it, does impact it. I'm disappointed to see that this new applicant is pursuing R15. The density is medium density, single-family homes is what will eventually go here. I think your farmhouse style is lovely and the lake is fabulous. But one of the reasons why it got denied and the last time around was there were too many houses and they were at 294 and you're proposing 347. And that's 53 more units. You've got 6 or 7 different private little streets where it feels like you're just kind of filling in space because you can. And I will tell you, these little private streets, whether there's 2 or 3 houses, when it comes to services like whether it's trash or snow removal or anything else, becomes a real cluster at these corners. So the design to be able to put all these houses into this space the way it is just seems too cluttered for this area. Besides the fact that it's been reiterated before, you know, we cannot control the infrastructure. ACHD is on their own timeline. If we waited for every road to be built, their house would never be built, right? So it's just kind of the way Idaho goes, but this will be a great project, but I do not think it's in the best interest of the city at this point in time. Not with the density at McMillan and Houston and Black Cat. When Highway 16 opens, possibly in 2025, 26, to alleviate some of that traffic. They're also looking at extending Linder to make it 5 lanes between Pine and McMillan, which would also alleviate some of this to be able to create some flow then at that point in time. So I am not in favor of this project, even though it has a lot of great elements, but for a person who lives in this area and drives McMillan, Ustick, and Black Cat every day and sometimes caught up in a mile behind where I have to be, it is not the right time for this project.
Madam Chair,
Not appropriate, not appropriate. Commissioners, any other thoughts?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sandoval?
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with most of what you said. I drive through there and that is backed up pretty much every day. You could be waiting there for 10 minutes to get past that stop sign. I think the R15 is definitely excessive for the area. And the issues with the schools, I just can't look past that. I got young children in school and they are starting to get really crowded in the area. So I agree. I don't think this is the right project at the time.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Smith?
I'm so try to keep it short. As I'm going to be mostly echoing what you and Commissioner Sandoval have said. I have a little bit less of an issue with some of the density. I think obviously this is probably a bit too much. But again, it's a question of not just the level of density, but the level of density at this time. If this were proposed, and you know, in 5-10 years, and we had a little bit more infrastructure in the area, developed and built out, I would be more okay with tinkering on the margins and maybe asking for some revision to some of the layouts and some of the shared driveways and some tweaking here and there. But I think with this level of density at this present time, with this level of infrastructure, given that this is specifically an annexation, I don't think I can support it. If this were, again, also a preliminary plat and not an annexation, there are a lot of, if some things were slightly different, I could see myself supporting something close to this, but this is not. I think given all the circumstances, I don't think this is something that I can support at the moment. If there was a proposal for lower density at this present time, I could also see myself supporting it, but this is just the combination of factors for this specific application. I appreciate the open space in the middle. There are certain things about this that I actually really love. And I'd like to say, hey, in a few years time, maybe we can have more of a clear-headed conversation and more of an informed conversation with something like this. And I would love to see it. I love a lot of the green space. I love a lot of the open space. I love a lot of the intention that went into some areas, but there are some areas and some things like the density that are just too much at this present.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Rust?
I'm torn. On the one hand, I resonate a lot with what you've said, what Commissioner Smith has said. I also know from experience that a bird in hand is often worth two in the bush, and that density this area is only going to continue to grow. Highway 16 is coming in. The applicant has increased density from the last time around, and I fear that density will only increase from here the next time we see this project if we do not pass it now. And I do really like the open space and the pond, the lake concept. So on the whole, I understand the infrastructure concerns, especially the schools. But I do think that this is a good design for the area. And as the applicant pointed out, it is getting phased in. We're only talking 100 homes by the time the roundabout is in, and other infrastructure items, probably will be in place before the subdivision is fully complete. So I do support the proposal as it stands, while recognizing some of the concerns that are outside of our purview.
Thank you. I'm not sure how this is gonna go. We are the recommending body to city council for this. What I also didn't mention is the schools. Pleasant View is full. It takes 3 years to build a school. There's no, as far as I know, no elementary schools planned, at least in the next year, and busing the kids to Star Middle seems pretty far for me. So can I borrow your piece of paper, please? So with that in mind, I am allowed to make a motion, so I can give you a little break there. After considering staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to recommend denial to the city council for file number H 2024-0016 for the hearing date of October 3rd for the following reasons. The current timeline and traffic at Black Cat and McMillan cannot sustain the current use, much less than adding more homes to it. The schools are at overcapacity at this point in time, and busing our kids is probably not in the best interest of the families. And that the density of the subdivision is too great for the space allowed.
Second.
It's been moved and second to deny Baritza subdivision. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
All right, we've got a tie. So is it me?
Well, Madam Chair, you can ask the clerk to call roll, but I think it was a 3-2 vote in favor of the motion. But to be clear, won't we have Madam Clerk call roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rust?
Nay.
Wait,
Smith?
did you say yay or nay? Oh, so you're saying no?
Oh,
Oh, yeah, you're saying approve.
Your motion. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Just making sure. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval?
Aye.
Commissioner Grace?
Nay.
Chairperson Norcher?
Aye.
The motion passes and the recommendation to the council is,
Well, just to be clear, I want to make sure I'm saying denied. Is that right?
my understanding, Madam Chair, is you voted in favor of your motion, which was to recommend denial.
Correct.
Yeah, so
Right.
that's how I understood it. And so
Just want to make sure.
to summarize for everybody's benefit, including the members of the community here as well. So the motion passes, and the motion, to be clear, is a recommendation from the commission to deny the applications that were before you tonight, including annexation and preliminary plat and related actions.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, we have one more. Right, no, two more, sorry, was wishful thinking. Okay, let me give it a second to get my thoughts here. Next on the agenda is item 2024-0010. The Gateway at 10 Mile requests a conditional use permit and preliminary plat for a multifamily community in the R40 zoning district. We will begin with a staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. As you mentioned, this item was continued from July 18th hearing. Main reason for the continuance was the applicant wanted more time to work with ACHD on access from 10 Mile Road. If you had a chance to look at the staff report, you can see both Franklin and 10 Mile in this area are really starting to see a lot of congestion as well, which has been a common theme at tonight's hearing. So currently 10 Mile is operating at a level of service F. I know if the commission has reviewed the public record on this, you probably noticed there's 70 plus written comments on this particular property. A lot of them concerns with the schools, overcrowding of the schools, excuse me, traffic's on the roads, so much high density in one area. Excuse me, but I do want to point out to not only the audience, but also the commission that this property was annexed in 2020 with a concept plan. At that time, the city council determined that this was in the best interest of the city to annex this and zone it appropriately with the CG zoning on the R40 zone. And the concept plan that was tied to that particular annexation and development agreement for that project did show high density residential and a mix of commercial and employment uses on the site. So really our purview tonight is really to discuss whether or not the CUP meets the code requirements and the preliminary plat meets the subdivision requirements. As far as the use and the road layout, all of that is within conformance of that, not only the 10 Mile interchange specific area plan, but also that concept plan in the development agreement. You can see here in the exhibit before you in our presentation, as I mentioned, current zoning of this property is CG and R40. And the future land use map designation is mixed use commercial. And you can see currently it is vacant land there on the northeast corner of Franklin and 10 Mile Road. As I mentioned to you, this is two applications. So a preliminary plat, which consists of 31 total lots, but 19 of those are commercial and 12 are the R40 lots to allow the construction of the multifamily development. I would let the commission know when this project was approved with the development agreement, 2 of the commercial lots, if you can see my cursor here, were allowed to either be a civic use or open space as part of the development. The developer has the option to choose how they use those 2 lots in the future. And then you can see on the road, there are some public streets being extended with the proposed development. And so this is actually, if you follow my cursor here, the internal street within the development is all public, including the northernmost access to 10 Mile and the cul-de-sac. All of that will be dedicated right away to ACHD. And those street sections will be required to comply with the 10 Mile interchange specific area plan. On the easternmost boundary is Wayfinder Street, which you see here. As you can see, there's 2 adjacent properties that prevent that connection from happening at this time. So the applicant will have to wait for that to happen in order for them to get access to Franklin in that location and access to a signalized intersection that is planned for that area. In the interim, both staff and ACHD are supportive of the right in, right out only access to Franklin Road that you see depicted here. On the original submittal, the applicant was proposing a private street. It's not necessary. They can achieve the same result without that application, and staff is amenable to that. We do not want a private street to connect to an arterial. Our code restricts it. So this would be a shared access between those lots. So they'll provide a cross-access easement. And then ACHD is also requiring mitigation, so basically a right-hand turn lane into the site to get folks off of the roadway as they enter into the development. Again, staff is also amenable to the approved full access to 10 Mile in this location where the public street will be constructed. Where the applicant and the staff and ACHD differ a bit is the central access here on 10 Mile. Originally, the applicant was proposing a full access as part of their traffic study, and both staff and ACHD said, no, that is not going to work. And so the applicant went back, amended their traffic study and said, what if we proposed a right in, right out? Would you be amenable to that? In my discussions with the applicant, I informed them that the code doesn't grant staff the authority to allow that one, just because they have a backage road, essentially a public street that they're constructing as part of their development. So this access isn't necessary or doesn't meet the requirements of the code. However, they can request city council waiver of that access point. So their discussion or their presentation to you tonight will include that request, that either you support it or make at least a motion or chime in on that access and move that forward to city council. But ultimately, council will decide whether or not they approve the right in, right out only access to 10 Mile in that specific location. And again, that would be a cross access driveway and not a public or private street. As far as the subdivision improvements go, the only required landscaping that is required would be the landscape buffers along those public streets. And staff did find that the applicant met those requirements. Now, as far as the multifamily development, the CUP is for 390 residential units. You can see here along the public street, the applicant's proposing townhome style, 3-story tuck under garage style apartments, and then central are conditioned space 4-story apartments. Again, as I've mentioned in my opening remarks, this site plan, this layout is consistent with the concept plan in the development agreement. Right now, we're determining whether or not it meets open space, parking requirements, site amenities, staff finds, and then this is kind of what it looked like. I like to see the color pictures. It's easier to follow it than the black and white figures, but this was the original concept plan in the development agreement, or some version of this. And you can see here, as I mentioned, here's that open space civic use that I mentioned. And then here's the layout for the multifamily. So the applicant is providing the required open space per UDC standards. So it's roughly 3 acres or so. They do meet the site amenity standards. I'll go through those real quickly with you. So it looks like clubhouse, swimming pool, fitness center, dog parks, bike repair station. You'll also note on the site plan there are some additional garage spaces on this site for storage or parking, but it's still in excess of what the code allows. So it really is not meant to be. So their parking count will not suffer if these garages are used for storage rather than parking. So just want to make that clear on the record that they're above and beyond what the code requires for parking. The other part of it is that spine road that goes through the development and separates the multifamily from the commercial will also have parallel parking on it for the 10 Mile interchange specific area plan. So not only do you have internal parking, but there'll also be that pedestrian element on the street to allow people to park and have interconnected walkways between the two. That was part of our analysis we did when we annexed the property in 2008. So total parking spaces provided at 744, with 363 of those being carports and 231 regular. And then as I mentioned, 150 garage spaces. So actually a fairly nice development. One other note that I would make, the applicant, as part of the review of the annexation back in 2020, the applicant also provided details for some of the internal plaza areas for the commercial development. And that's some of the schematics and graphics that you see here. That was part of staff's analysis back then, and then also provided a pretty robust pedestrian circulation plan for the development as well to show how it all integrates and connects to one another. The one notable change here is staff is recommending that they lose the bike lanes on the internal spine road there in favor of 10-foot multi-use pathways. That's pretty consistent with ACHD standards, and the applicant's in agreement with that. So they'll work with ACHD. That changes the configuration of their street template, but again, they still should be able to work within those parameters, still make it work without changing too much of the site plan. West Ada School District has asked that they provide some additional connectivity between Street A and Street B along 10 Mile because they anticipate picking school children up from this facility. So I just encourage the applicant to continue to work with them and add that to the inclusion as part of their plan. And as you know, the 10 Mile Creek does bisect the property here. We still don't have a plan for what we want to do at that intersection just because of how it's laid out, but maybe at some future point, maybe ACHD buys it and relocates their pond site and gives the applicant the additional property on the east side so they can incorporate it into the development. A lot of things can happen, but for right now, it will just be open space and natural along the creek. As I mentioned to you, I'll get to the building elevations. Here's the open space exhibit. As I mentioned to you, meet UDC standards. Again, they have the option of using this to add more open space as required by code. And then here's some of the elevations that are proposed for the development. And then the garages as well. Again, final design will be required to comply with the 10 Mile interchange specific area plan and our architectural standards manual. Based on conversations with the applicant early in the week, we did tell them that we could not support the right-in, right-out access to 10 Mile as I discussed because of the code. But we did agree that we had a mishap on the condition of approval. So we are asking you if you, on your motion tonight, to modify condition 2H to allow that language as underlined. And then also along 10 Mile and Franklin has existing sidewalks already that we won't require the applicant to remove and so we need to strike that condition 3C from the staff report. As I mentioned to you, a lot of public testimony on this one for the various reasons. Again, staff is recommending approval with the conditions in the staff report and the modifications on your screen. Staff will stand for any questions.
I do have a question. If I'm coming south on 10 Mile, so I'm coming from Albertsons off of Cherry Lane, how do I get into this? Because I can't turn left on 10 Mile, right? I have to go down Franklin and go around?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, you can. The public street A that you see here, that will be full access. You'll have turn lane to movement to get into that site.
Did ACHD say it would be lighted or it's just a street?
Yeah, it won't be signalized.
No signalized, okay. All right. And then the same thing if I'm going east on Franklin past 10 Mile. The one street that you're showing here is a right in, right out. So I would go up to what, is it Wayfair, did you say? And then go in that way?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, in the future, you will be able to do that. But for now, you'd have to go farther east to the light and then turn in and then
Turn
come
in
back
and go
past
back.
FedEx and tie into the site because they are extending that stub street currently.
Gotcha.
So yes, it will be a challenge. The applicant's also working with ACHD on trying to get a U-turn at the 10 Mile interchange to circle back at that intersection and turn back into the development as well. So a few more tweaks to happen, some more analysis with ACHD, but all in all, again, as the plans presented, meets the code, UDC, and ACHD's policies.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Bill, so if the code prevents that right in, right out on 10 Mile, what happens to that street? Does it just doesn't exist or it gets
Yeah, Madam.
signalized, or what?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, if I presume you're talking about the right in, right out here.
Right.
Everyone would enter here at the public street.
And that would be an exit street only then, or what?
No, it's full access.
Oh. So in the chairwoman's example of coming south on 10 Mile, you could go left there into that street.
That is correct. You could turn there.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff before we ask the applicant to come forward? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Mr. Parsons, can I have my presentation, please? And Madam Chair, Commissioners, Jeff Bauer, 601 West Bannock in Boise, here tonight on behalf of the landowner and applicant. Mr. Parsons did a fantastic job. I know it's getting late, so I'm going to go very quickly through my presentation. He said everything I was going to say, but we are here to answer some questions. With us from the development team are Derek and Trevor Gosser and Andy DeLyden. He's our traffic engineer from Kittleson and Associates. He's going to say a bit about the access. We do want to inform the commission, even if it is a council level decision, we would like a recommendation. I think you've already identified some of the issues we see with the removing access B. It's really great distance between our accesses, and so Andy's going to speak to that some more. So project location has been covered well. We wanted to give a present aerial just to show some context. The area is developing or developed very quickly. We kind of view this as an infill site at this point. You got the 10 Mile Creek commercial project to the south, the FedEx and Amazon distribution centers to the east. To our north, I think Bill might have gone over this a little quickly, but there's actually a rail line there. So there's 200 feet of right of way between us and our neighbor to the north. And to the west is a storage use and a church use. This is part 2 of this project. So this slide is just to show the commission our existing zoning. So we do have the CG on the 10 Mile and Franklin Road frontage and the R40 high density residential interior. And I've set that against the approved conceptual site plan that's included in the development agreement. I did want to highlight a couple things from the development agreement, and Bill did touch on these. My cursor work up here? There it is. So number 1 was the preservation of a civic lot. This is on the city's future land use map as a civic area in this corner up here. And the idea behind that is to reserve property for a future transit, multimodal transit potentially on this rail line. So we are reserving about an acre there for that future use. Reserving this corner down here for, at this point, the city parks department. Could be a really cool park feature on the 10 Mile pathway here. And then the last condition I wanted to point out was that the council actually required a minimum density for the site. They said you shall develop between 8 and 15 units per acre on all 39 acres. So this project's right around 10, so we did go on the low end, but I just wanted to flag that for the commission. Bill covered the plat well. We meet all the lot standards that are applicable. Pulling out the R40 residential component, again, a mix of different multifamily types, apartments, and townhome style development. Again, Bill went over the amenities, but we think we've kind of gone over and above here. I believe we have 8 different amenity types, significantly over the required open space, and really touching on all of the lifestyle amenities, which are kind of what we're targeting here is folks that want these lifestyle amenities as opposed to just open space amenities. Meet or exceed all of the required open space. Turning to the GC zoning, this area is around 22.5 acres. The site plan depicts 2 different colors of building. So the buildings in the front, along the frontages, were single story. And then the more yellow buildings set back, those are anticipated to be multi-story commercial. Not really sure what the uses will be at this point, but will generally conform to the CG. We're thinking office in the back, or other professional services with restaurants and other things in the front. Site circulation. Again, Bill covered well, and Andy's going to do some more, but we do feel like we've provided a really good integration here between the commercial and the residential, so that you do start to capture some trips and you have a truly walkable community. That is part of the 10 Mile specific plan goal. We also think we have really good connectivity between the commercial uses, so that people can easily get between different businesses in this project. These plazas, I wanted to highlight where they will be in context of the development. Again, providing sort of linear walking spaces from the residential through the commercial and then out to the street front. To touch on a couple of the questions and the comments as it relates to the West Ada School District busing, absolutely on board with that. We have a similar comment from VRT that also wants a bus stop area on 10 Mile. We hope to coordinate with those two agencies so that we can overlap and have a nice facility. I know there was one more question. That's it for now, I think. Stand for any questions, but Mr. DeLayden does want to come up and speak to the access just a bit.
Would you like to come up and make your comments?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Andy Delyden, Kittleson and Associates, 101 South Capitol Boulevard, Suite 600, Boise, Idaho, 83702. I'm a senior principal engineer with Kittleson and Associates, and we worked on the traffic impact study for this project. We collaborated with Ada County Highway District and City of Meridian in the process of developing the traffic impact study, and then also once submitted addressing comments from both agencies to come to the final product. Couple points just wanted to highlight related to the access to the project. So the slide you're looking at, there's a couple items. One is there's 4 existing access points on 10 Mile Road, and the project's consolidating those into 2. So one would be the northern access, access A, and that's the public street that Bill referred to, and then also access B, which is proposed as a right in, right out. And we work with Ada County Highway District and the City of Meridian staff on that item. The right in, right out is located 825 feet north of the signal at Franklin and 10 Mile. And at this point, and you'll see in Ada County Highway District's staff report that they approved the accesses for the project, both on 10 Mile, but also on Franklin, with the condition there, ties to City Council's, City of Meridian's approval, if they recommend approval for the right in, right out at access B. Some of the benefits of that access, one, it improves connectivity. It is able to provide a little bit of a grid system, which is often left out of projects, and that's one of the components that it helps with. It also, by doing that, some of the trips are reduced from access A north on 10 Mile, as well as access C, the right in, right out. And in the future, there'll probably be a few trips that may be captured that are utilizing Wayfinder as well. And then with that reduction, that also improves just the operations that you would see level service at accesses A and C. Couple elements just to highlight, just so you can see kind of what the preliminary concept design of what would be for that right in, right out. There's kind of 2 elements. One would be a right turn, dedicated right turn lane for access B, northbound on 10 Mile, to be able to separate trips going to the site from traffic on 10 Mile. So that's a safety treatment as well as operations. And then the second piece is provide some level of raised median on 10 Mile to restrict left turns and out of the site, as well as left turns into the site at that location. Tentatively, we have shown just that northbound left turn because there is an existing access to the west to be able to provide some provision for that. But obviously that component would be worked out through, if approved, through design with design approvals with Ada County Highway District on that, as well as working with the property owner there. And then lastly, just to provide some context, just about access in this area related to nearby properties. Starting in the northwest, there are the church property has 3 accesses. One is a right in, right out. 2 are full accesses to be able to get access to that location. Going to the south west, this is a more recent development that was approved by the city. There are 5 accesses, 2 associated on Franklin, and then 3 on 10 Mile. One right, one right out access, one right in, right out access, and then a right in, right out, left in access. And then in the southeast part, quadrant of the intersection, that property has 6 accesses, 3 on 10 Mile and 3 on Franklin. And then with the proposed project, the access proposal is to have 3 proposed accesses plus a future connection to Wayfinder at some point in the future when that connection can be made. With that, there's 2 right in, right outs, and then there'd be 2 full accesses serving the development. It's a significantly less request that's being presented and asked by the applicant. With that, I'll turn it over to Jeff just to wrap up.
Well, first, are there any questions for Mr. Delyden?
Not yet.
Okay, great.
Finish up and we
Well,
will-
yeah, we're there. That's the end. We're going to conclude, but we just wanted to say we appreciate staff's time. We have read the staff report, all the conditions of approval. And with the modification that Mr. Parsons gave tonight on the screen, we're just asking for your recommendation per the staff report as amended. So thank you.
Okay, Lon, before you walk away, commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Grace?
Chair, can I just get clarity on what you're asking to be amended or to be, I guess, different from what the staff recommended? So I'm clear on that.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, Commissioner Grace, perhaps Mr. Parsons can toggle back to his screen. But the first dealt with the condition that says thou shalt remove access B. And he's modified that to say remove access B unless approved by council. And we support that. We have recognized that this is a waiver situation for an access onto 10 Mile. And then the second is just a technical changing, I think, a 5 to a 7 or a 7 to a 5 that we caught just before the hearing.
What, sidewalks?
Sidewalk width, correct.
So you don't actually disagree with the first recommendation then? I guess.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Grace, we are advocating for both accesses, and we wanted your recommendation to add that going to the council. And I think with the condition as amended, it leaves the door open for us to do that. Thank you.
All right, one more clarification. Do you have the blessing of ACHD to be able to have that access point?
Madam Chair, we do.
Okay.
So the access that Mr. Delyden went through with the full access to the north, right in, right out, between the intersection.
Right.
ACHD has said that those meet our standards, but we're going to defer to Meridian City Council as the final say.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, before you walk away, let me just check with the other commissioners. Commissioner Sandoval, Commissioner Smith, do you have any questions for the applicant at this time?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. did you
Madam,
say
none
yes?
at the time.
Nope. Yes?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
Madam Clerk, do we have anybody to testify?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Justin Hamilton.
Hi, if you can state your name and address for this record, that would be great.
Justin Hamilton. I live at 1225 North Saw Creek Place, Meridian, Idaho. I think I understand better now what this plan is, but my concerns still are not resolved with the proposal. I moved to Meridian about 10 years ago with the understanding that it's a great place that aligns with my values and a great place to raise a family. And I feel a lot of those values of the city are changing based on the increase in urbanization in the area, primarily brought on by the high density housing. I feel when that happens, we're losing a lot of that the small community feel, right? And the closeness that comes with the family values that are brought within the city. And I believe that a lot of those are degrading currently. One of my largest concerns is the safety, the traffic. A lot of the same reasons that were brought up about the previous proposal all echo. I mean, this is the funnel to Black Cat and McMillan, right? And so all those same concerns I feel can be transferred directly over to here. Just last week, I was almost rear-ended coming off of the interstate waiting to get onto 10 Mile because traffic was backed up, right? And it was a construction vehicle. It didn't see that traffic was at a standstill. And I mean, that's every other week for me coming home from St. Luke's. And the worst accident I saw was at Cherry and 10 Mile when 3 of my children and my mother were taken to the trauma center because they were T-boned going through that, an uninsured motorist going through that. And it took years of medical bills and legal fees that we dealt with. And I'm hopeful that Highway 16 will help alleviate things. I'm doubtful though, until we see some of that happen. So I just believe our infrastructure doesn't support this level of density at this time along 10 Mile. You know, in schools, I think is one of the other concerns. I have 5 children, 3 of which are school age currently, and they go to Chaparral and now Meridian Middle School. Last week, we heard from City Council that there's a general sentiment from the school board, from West Ada School Board, to don't stop the growth, we'll figure it out. I brought that same concern to Principal Davis at Chaparral earlier today, and she says, we felt a huge impact on our school community. Since the beginning of the school year, we've had over 40 students enroll, and they keep coming. None of our classes are technically over capacity yet, but they are getting close. My biggest concern is the new apartments directly behind this school, I think they're called Yellowstone, are set to be completed by May at the latest. It'd be a stretch to add more students. I also think about safety issues that may arise with apartments that are that close overlooking the playground. I'm concerned about the quote of don't stop growth, we always figure it out. The reason for my concern is that it takes time to set new boundaries for schools, and that is a painful process for families. I've lived through many of these boundary changes, and it doesn't get any easier for school communities. West Ada stated they are against previous, that's a separate thing. In conclusion, I believe that the cost of expansion is real. It's felt individually by my family, and I don't see a way for us to continue to hold on to those values at the current rate that the city continues to see growth.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we have Carla Ellers.
Hi, Carla Ehlers, 4731 West Blue Creek Court in Meridian. This area of 10 Mile already has one of, if not the largest concentrations of high-density housing in Meridian. There are currently 3,000 apartments built and or approved within a mile radius of this proposed complex, with even more in the pipeline. The comprehensive plan for Meridian states that Meridian should avoid concentration of any one housing type in any geographical area and maintain a range of residential land use designations that allow diverse lot sizes, housing types, and densities. Adding more high-density housing in this area does not honor this direction. The comprehensive plan also states the city is committed to meet and protect the needs of existing residents. Existing residents need good roads. Traffic levels on 10 Mile are already unacceptable to many residents, including me. The comprehensive plan states that while the city does not directly control the roadways, its land use decisions directly affect them, and future land uses have been developed to support existing area transportation plans as well as to guide the future build-out. Allowing high-density housing adjacent to an already busy road is not harmonious with the goals laid out in the plan. Good schools are another need of existing residents, and the plan champions Meridian as a premier community in education. Chaparral Elementary, the public school zone to serve every single one of the 1,900 existing apartments, as well as the 1,100 apartments that are already approved or under construction, is at 99% capacity this year. Chaparral does not possess the capacity to serve all these future students, let alone the children from an additional 390 apartments. I recognize the city is not the final authority on schools, but the comprehensive plan states the city encourages an exceptional educational system and that thoughtful communication and coordination will help to ensure residents have accessible and safe educational opportunities. Further, the city will encourage communication between essential service providers to plan for growth associated with schools. Saying no to more high-density housing in this area, this already densely populated area, will honor these commitments. Current residents also need water, and I think it's prudent to take a big picture and long-term approach in respect of water. The comprehensive plan states the city has a vision for sustainability and will provide ample and clean water to the citizens in perpetuity. We are facing a statewide water crisis. This is an issue that affects all Idahoans and demands local attention and action. Water preservation must be our priority. Adding more residents in high densities will further deplete our waning water resources. We must protect our water by slowing the rate of residential development, especially high density, to help ensure we meet our current and future needs. The City of Meridian's goal with the comprehensive plan is to ensure Meridian is a premier place to live, work, and raise a family. I support this goal, but I don't believe the current proposal does. I urge your no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we have Natalie Purcell online that signed up. Oh, she is in chambers.
Okay. Hi.
Thank you. Good evening. Natalie Wixom Purcell, 3848 West Park Creek Drive. The City of Meridian, we just have heard, has approved over 3,000 high-density units on 10 Mile, and by allowing this has deviated from the Meridian's comprehensive plan. We have built up an entire street of one building type. My concerns began about a year and a half ago as I witnessed an influx of apartments being constructed and towering over our schools and neighborhoods. All while our commute times continued to increase substantially, our parks were overflowing, and our students' class sizes kept growing. Education has taken a back burner on this city's planning, and our children are now the collateral damage. My son had 37 students in his class last year at Chaparral Elementary. I spoke with Donnie Davis as well, the principal. They are currently at 545 as of today. And I would like to note that the numbers are incorrect in the agenda. Miranda Carson sent an updated number to you on July 17th, where the program capacity is at 550. 550. So we are 5 students away from that, and we have 3,000 apartments continuing to grow in this area. Homeowners who have been here for years have built a quality of life are having that stripped away. The citizens of Meridian are now getting pushed out and overrun on their streets and their parks and their schools by out-of-state developers. With this pace of growth, we must focus on the needs of our current residents. This developer has a pickleball court. That's great. Is that going to help the Meridian needs for flag football, soccer, baseball, anything in youth sports? I had children in youth sports, and I coached my son's soccer team. I used to have to show up an hour before to try to get a spot at a park. An hour. That's what's happening. The closest park is Fuller Park for all of these 10 Mile communities coming. My neighborhood is now an overflow parking lot every single weekend because we don't have the capacity for this in this area. We don't have the infrastructure built up. This current project favors developers. It allows them to profit while residents face congested streets, overrun parks, and rising property taxes, all while the developer pays zero for our schools. He will pay zero impact fees while my child has a class of 37 students. That is unacceptable. Our surrounding roads are rated at an F, and they are asking for more housing. It took me 25 minutes to take my children to the dentist. It used to take me 8. 25 minutes to get to the dentist. To attend church on Sunday, it takes 5 to 10 minutes for me to turn out of my neighborhood, and this is at a 1 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon. If Highway 16 is indeed going to solve all these road problems, as they like to say, I request that all new project be delayed until that completion is done, because the residents on 10 Mile cannot continue to live this way. We need answers, and we need actions on our roads, our parks, and our schools. I think it is a glaring omission from our developers that they did not even talk about schools in their project just a few minutes ago. Schools are not mentioned. This would put our schools over capacity. And we just showed that on the project previously with Pleasant View. I have friends that go to Pleasant View. Their children go there. We are having the same problems at Chaparral. And it is time for the city of Meridian to prioritize its citizens. And I really request that we vote no and that we put our children and our city and our residents first. We need this right now. We need to take a pause and catch up because we don't get to live like this anymore. Thank you for your attention and time.
Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, no one else has signed up and no one online has their hand raised.
Would the applicant like to come back and address some of the concerns?
Madam Chair, as the applicant comes up, maybe he can address some of the phasing of the project for some of the residents, just to understand how it may take several years for this to really get built out.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, Jeff Bauer, 601 West Bannock. I'll take that one first. So our phasing plan is a bit in flux and it's largely dependent on this access issue. But overall, we're looking to develop the commercial component first and residential second. And we're thinking, you know, a best case scenario would be this project would be fully developed in 8 to 10 years. So it's going to take a long time to absorb the commercial. And the residential is just going to be a slower project. We want there to be some commercial there first. So I'll try to just address all the concerns, and if I miss any, please let me know. But you know, as it relates to density and the comp plan and all those issues, we think we are in accordance with the comp plan, and specifically the 10-mile area, 10-mile interchange specific area plan, which, you know, calls specifically for high density residential next to commercial. And when the council rezoned this project just a couple of years ago, that was the basis for the rezoning, was that we met the comp plan. You know, density has been decided on this site with the development agreement, and we are, as I mentioned, at the low end of that density. With respect to water, there's nothing from Public Works or any of our engineers that indicate there's any shortage of water or availability of water to this site. Stubs for water are both in 10-mile and Franklin. I'll touch on schools quickly. We are predominantly, we are a multifamily development project with a higher percentage of single bedroom units. So I think the school district calculated that overall we would have 51 students added based on the 390 units. So about a little over 4 kids per grade. As it relates to middle school and high school, there's significant capacity at the 2 schools that serve us. And as it relates to the elementary school, there are 2 letters. The first letter articulated the Chaparral's architectural capacity, and the second letter was its programmed capacity. So typically the school only programs capacity for the number of students that are enrolled. And so that's what they've done here. That's that 585 number, which we're kind of bumping up against, which is just good planning, right? They've programmed it for the amount of students, but the school actually has capacity based on the March 17th letter for 700 students, which it's well below. So I think I addressed all the concerns, but happy to stand for any more questions.
Commissioners, do we have any other questions for the applicant? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and second to close the public hearing on the gateway at 10 Mile. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. So just to clarify, Kurt, tonight we are making a recommendation to City Council in regard to the conditional use permit and the preliminary plat.
Madam Chair, that's accurate. The third topic, you're not required to make a recommendation on, but I think both staff and the applicant would prefer a recommendation as well relative to the additional access point. That's within your, you're not required to make a recommendation, but I think there's, from a staff perspective, that would be helpful. But yeah, the two concrete issues before the commission tonight pertain to the conditional use permit and the preliminary plat. And under the UDC, it's your role is to provide a recommendation to the city council.
So for those of you in chambers, in 2020, it was already annexed into the city to be multifamily housing. One way or another, there's going to be apartment buildings at this corner. That has already been decided by the annexation. The question before us is, how can that look in a way that supports our community? Now, for the overcrowding, the answer would be 0, right? But that's not what's going to happen. Our decision tonight is, are they following the rules of the conditional use permit? That is our role tonight, to make the recommendation to city council. It is not to say that multifamily housing doesn't belong here, because that's already been approved. So the developer already said that they went to the low end at 10 units per their density versus 14 to 20 or 15, whatever the number was. And it sounds like you're looking at an 8 to 10 year build out with commercial coming first. So in regard to what they have done to work with the city and the rules put in front of them to be able to be zoned at this area, they have followed every recommendation that the city has put before them. And in my opinion, we are not in a position to say no, because there was a bunch of boxes to check and they checked them all. So again, one way or another, it's already been zoned for multifamily housing. Whether it happens today, next week, 10 years from now, that's what it's going to be, because that's what it's been zoned for. So I think they've been thoughtful. I support the extra access, because the more access you have, the more ways people can kind of move around. And I like the fact that you're going to do the commercial first and then work your way in for the multifamily housing later.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Smith.
I fully agree with you. I think one thing I want to also emphasize is I want to take this a step further, is I don't think, at least my position is not that, well, our hands are tied, it's going to be R40 and this is kind of, it checks the boxes. I think this is a good development. I think this is a really beautifully designed area. If there's going to be R40 in this area, that this is some of the best I think we could do here. As for some of the concerns, I feel like when R40 or anything similar is being discussed, if it's in a centralized location, the concern is that there's too much of it in one place. And if it's distributed, there's the concern that it's not enough transition space and it's apartment complexes in people's backyards. I think this type of development really strikes the balance very well. Like I said, it's on the lower end of the required density. Regarding water usage, I think this kind of development actually makes more efficient use of water than an R4 might. Not that that's the be all end all, but if that's a concern, R40 makes more efficient use of water than R4. There's less land to irrigate. I think this is just a really well designed property, and I want to just, I guess I'm maybe being a little bit too long winded here, but I want to say more on that than kind of implying our hands are tied, or that this is kind of box checking. I think this is a really great property, and I'm excited to support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Grace.
Yeah, I understand. No one's really excited about multifamily, particularly R40. Um, we do see a lot of, challenges within the community, and we see a lot of opposition to it. I was sitting where you all were several, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago when multifamily came into my area, Meridian. So it is challenging. I do agree with the chair that we are limited in what we're supposed to be looking at tonight. The multi-use commercial, it does provide for a variety of uses. These are consistent with that. These provide, everything to the south there is, that I'm looking at, is commercial, and it provides employment opportunities. I did like the statement from the applicant about the predominantly one-bedroom nature of the multifamily. I hope that helps. But with that said, I will say that, what Natalie said is not incorrect. And I think in a larger context, we do need to start looking at these things. And I don't know, this particular project is not probably the appropriate time and place, but there's a lot of truth in what you said. And as a city, I think we do need to look at some of this stuff going forward. I know that's not much consolation tonight, but hopefully we will. Thanks.
Commissioners, any other comments? I'll take a motion.
Before I make a motion, I did have one other thought, and this maybe go to staff, if that's okay. When you say code prevents things, in my mind, that's in the hierarchy of authority, the UDC is as high as you get, other than maybe state law or something. So do we have much wiggle room there? I feel like, why would we deny a right in, right out, which can be very beneficial on 10 Mile? But if we have to, then that's a different story.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, it's what I mean by that when I say we can't support it is the code tells us to take access from either a cross access. When you have access to a collector and arterial roadway, the code defers to sharing access with your neighbor or taking access from the lesser classified street. So in this particular case, that road, that public street section is the local street. It's the lesser classified of 10 Mile. So therefore, we default to that unless otherwise waived by council. So yes, as staff, we can't say we support it. We can't approve it because of the code, but the applicant has the ability to have that discussion with ACHD, with you, and then ultimately, I always like having a recommendation from you to go to city council so they know you took that access under consideration when you deliberated on the project. So to me, it's important. It's not your purview, as council said, but I think it's an important part of the record.
Okay, thanks, Bill. And we didn't really talk about it, so before I make a motion, I can just tell you personally, I'm in favor of a waiver there. And if I would make a motion, I would probably incorporate that into my motion, so.
The more access you have, the more you kind of spread everybody out.
So I'll make the motion, and if others disagree, they can say so. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to recommend approval to the city council of file number H-2024-0010 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of October 3rd, 2024, with the following additional recommendation that the additional right-in, right-out access point on 10 Mile be approved or waived, whatever's appropriate language.
And Madam Chair and Commissioners, may I ask for clarification? Is it your intent as the maker of the motion to incorporate the staff changes that are on the screen right now, that addition to those two conditions?
Oh, right, to condition 2H and, yeah, Bill, you did say that. Yes, those would be included in my, wait, this is the applicant's.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my understanding is that these changes that are on the screen before you now to conditions 2H and 3C are jointly supported by staff as well as the applicant. So I think there's agreement amongst staff and the applicant that they ought to be changed before going to council.
Okay. Then hopefully you recorded the motion as I said it, but with the additional recommendation now that these two conditions as supported by the applicant and the staff are amended.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and second to approve file number 2024-0010 with the amended condition of public street B be waived, to make the recommendation to waive that for city council and strike the condition of landscape. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We have one more application, but we're going to take a 5-minute break. So it is 9:03. We will come back at 9:08. The last application before us is Rolling Hills subdivision requests annexation and a conditional use permit for a multifamily building. We will begin with the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. So as you can see on the screen before you, this was an application that started with us in 2023. So we've been working with the applicant on many months trying to get this aligned and get in front of you tonight for this annexation and conditional use permit. You can see here on the future land use map in front of you that this property is part of a larger mixed use regional comprehensive plan designation. I think in the staff report, I think we've done a pretty good job laying out some of the concerns and some of the lack of integration that this project has, and I'll get into that more in my presentation. But the applicant is here to discuss with you annexing 6.9 acres of land from RUT in Ada County, or I think it's from R1 in Ada County to Business Community or CC zoning district in the city. It encompasses 5 parcels. The center parcel here that you see with my cursor is not included. It's basically creating an enclave around this piece, which was kind of staff's concern in the staff report that we raised for you. The other unique part about this is this particular project has a vertically integrated component and a multifamily component. So in the CC zone, a vertically integrated project is principally permitted, and a multifamily use requires a conditional use permit. So although you're seeing the annexation of almost 7 acres, the conditional use permit's only for 64 units of multifamily, and the other 2 buildings are vertically integrated, which would be principally permitted if the applicant is successful with the annexation and conditional use permit request. So here, as I mentioned, the 2 westernmost buildings here on my cursor, those are the vertically integrated buildings, and that will contain 90 dwelling units and approximately 20,000 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor. And then this is the 1 multifamily building with 64 units. The other unique component, as I mentioned to you, this is mixed use regional. And so and then as I'd mentioned to you, here's that county enclave that will be carved out around this particular development. It's important to note the applicant, we've met on this with many different developers over the years, and staff has always requested that they try to bring this particular property in. I think the commission recognizes that we can't force annex people in, and this gentleman is happy to stay in the county. And so that is one unique challenge that this developer has to face. The other unique part of it is the adjacent property to the east, which is owned by Corey Barton. And then to make it even complicated even more is you can see the red line on the map here. Well, that's a future designated collector street that's required by ACHD's master street map in coordination with ACHD. And this road alignment was predicated on this location due to the fact of Movado subdivision on the south side of Overland Road. So you can see we're starting to put the recipe together why this may not be the best time to annex, but although staff has recommended approval of the project, because there are good things about it too. But again, with mixed use developments, we try to encourage, or we do require, integrated mix of uses. If I can step back to that site plan, you can see currently a lot of the property around this is still in the county. And these are a lot of the first properties on this side of the road to come in, minus the 1 CG portion across the street. And then 2, so in order to show that how the enclave could redevelop in the future, the applicant has provided a concept plan for you on the right. So you can see here, maybe another future commercial building, maybe another multifamily structure, some consolidated open space, and some parking. Also in the staff report, we noted both ACHD and staff is asking the applicant to work with the adjacent property owner to close his access to Overland Road and see if he's willing to take access internal from the site. I don't know if we can get him to do that or not, but that would be nice, because if we don't, then the other issue with the enclave is we don't get the street frontage improvements or the sidewalks. So now we have a gap along a major arterial in the city. Good things about this project is it does take access from Rolling Hills Drive, East Rolling Hill Drive, I should say, which is a local street. The applicant will be required to improve that street frontage. Currently is a substandard street section. So it will become a complete street as part of this project. And then also, as I mentioned to you, there is a cul-de-sac that runs here, but ACHC has the right of way for that to be improved. So rather than having the applicant build this entire road, which is cost prohibitive, and they do touch the right of way, we are requiring them to build a crossing across the 5 Mile Creek, and then ACHD is requiring street frontage improvements along that roadway as well to bring that into Master Street standards, or ACHD standards, I should say. And then also there's a little triangular piece here in the northeast corner of the site where the applicant will have to dedicate that right of way for future expansion of the collector road if it comes in. The other piece with the road being offset somewhat from this eastern boundary is you see that it creates this strip of land between this development and the property. It's approximately 40 feet. And so someone's going to have to be very creative how that develops, or it's going to end up just being undevelopable and maybe open space in the future. Just don't know at this point. And that's kind of those puzzle pieces that we're trying to put together here. You've got this project wrapping around a county enclave, and then you have a street potentially on the adjacent property with no idea what they're going to do on that site. And it's all mixed use regional, which is why we want all of these pieces to come in and integrate with one another on the front end and not try to piecemeal development. The other unique piece about this particular project is vertically integrated projects don't have open space requirements like a multifamily development, and their patio space requirements are smaller than a multifamily development. And so for a vertically integrated project, you have to provide 50 square feet of private patio space or outdoor space. Multifamily is 80 square feet. Now, certainly if the applicant's successful with getting his project approved, we want it to be a cohesive design theme. So if we'll put it on the developer, or at least we have it pretty flexible in the conditions of approval. The applicant can either go through alternative compliance to reduce the patio space for the multifamily, or just increase the patio space on a vertically integrated project. So we'll leave that up to them on how they want to do it, but we have some flexibility in that condition. Also mentioned to you that additional right-of-way along Overland Road will also be necessary in the future, which the applicant's plan does take that into account as well. So Overland Road is planned to be a 7-lane roadway in the future. So it's a pretty major roadway through this area, which makes some sense for high-density residential along that corridor. So the plan before you tonight does meet the parking requirements of the code. I think we called out there were some substandard parking as far as dimensional standards, but I think the applicant has enough room to mitigate for that. The other unique piece about this in the open spaces I mentioned to you, they are just shy of the required open space if we were to review this as an entire multifamily development. So we're not actually holding them to that standards. They're just slightly under. So they actually are providing 1.45 acres of common open space. And if this was an all multifamily project, it'd be 1.47. So we're not too far off on what would be required by code. And then we also mentioned that if the enclave were to develop in the future, that would add additional open space to this development as well. Again, we can't hold the applicant to that because they don't control that property, but at least there is a way that they are trying to demonstrate how it could integrate. So the planned amenities for this consist of a swimming pool, fitness center, and then 10-foot multi-use pathway along the creek, which the applicant will have to work with Napa Meridian to allow that to happen. So that is per the city's master's pathways plan. That is amenity for this development to go in. And the creek is to remain open as required by the code. So parking spaces, as I mentioned, there's 281 and 125 of those are covered, and only 222 are required. So they do exceed the requirements. Here's the open space exhibit as well, just displaying compliance with the code. Pedestrian circulation plan for you to show you how they can move about the development. And then here's the architectural theme for the development. So you can see it looks more like a brownstone style apartment complex, a more urban style, I should say. I like it. So it looks like it's going to have a mix of metal siding, brick, stucco, and fiber cement accents. So that's how I was just touching on my point about what they do with their patios, whether they keep the 50 or the 80. I think whatever they do, it'd be nice to have that consistent design theme here. So looking at the public record, there was no public testimony provided on this application. And staff, again, is recommending approval with the conditions in the staff report. I'll go ahead and conclude my presentation and stand for any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff at this point? Would the applicant like to come forward? Hi, and state your name and address for the record.
Wade Thomas with JD Planning and Associates. How's that?
Good.
Better? Sorry.
You're good.
Kids brought home a cold, so I apologize. That's Wade Thomas with JD Planning and Associates.
Okay.
My address is 12,300 West Fireweed Street in Star, Idaho.
Okay.
83669. Bill does a great job reviewing the project, so I won't rehash any of what he stated. Actually, that was the slide I wanted to talk about. I think the biggest issue with this particular project are the site constraints. We did try to work on that infill piece, tried to work with that owner. In the midst of all this, he moved to Tennessee and still was unwilling to participate in some form or another. So I do think that there might be a high probability that might join into the project at some time in the near future, but unfortunately, couldn't get the deal done. So I did want to clarify that. I think the other really big issue that drove this, and Bill mentioned this earlier, just trying to, this prolonged discussion with staff really revolved around the collector road and how to kind of access that and how to have kind of continuity throughout the project. Obviously, we had the design constraints missing that middle piece. So Bill talked about the over parking. That's really what's driving that. We just couldn't really design the buildings around it. Ultimately, we did do the mix of the vertically integrated with the multifamily use. That was really driven by staff. I think it's a nice balance. We did try to kind of front load the project closer to Overland to pull some buffer into the homes to the north, which I think you'll hear a lot about tonight. I think the other thing to consider is the impact of that collector road in the future. We'll continue to kind of, as those other parcels are developed, how that will also create a natural buffer to that as well. The other last comment was really when you look at the mixed use regional, it really is a complement to the surrounding properties and the surrounding zonings in that area. You look to the north, there's the Eagle View Landing apartments, that's R40. You have all the CG with all the Top Golf area. I think this creates that nice transition for that property. As far as access, you have tons of access. There's a new bus stop going in 2 parcels down. It's just in the Boise city limits, but that was approved for a very similar project. So I think, public services are going to be available for people to come to and from this site. And I think that's, I also wanted to comment on the brownstone design. That was very intentional on our part. We're finding in the multifamily space that there is this transition to full-time living in apartments. So we really wanted to design this as its kind of own community, but also that it integrates appropriately with the surrounding community, but to create a sense of home for people. So when they come home, they don't feel like they're coming to a box that's just a place to, sleep. It's a place to live. It's a place to enjoy the surroundings. It's a place to interact with the different amenities between the pool, the plaza, with the commercial space. We expect that will be things such as, coffee shops. In its proximity to a lot of the healthcare services, we expect, and there's been some interest in that there's a good chance that a lot of that commercial space will be doctors' offices, things of that nature, chiropractors, dentists. It seems like there's never enough dentists, even though they seem to be everywhere, but that's That's one of those things. So that was intentionally done. And to Bill, to answer your question, even with that commercial piece, we'll stick with that community feel and that kind of that brownstone feel and incorporating all of those elements to really make this someone's home as opposed to just a box where they live in. I hate to make the comparison, but when I drive down 10 Mile, I see a lot of boxes. And so we're really trying to drive that. We're really thoughtful in our landscape plan to really drive a lot of those elements, again, with a lot of the amenities and make them interactive. So I'll stand for any questions. And again, I apologize. I'm starting to lose my voice, so.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Grace?
Wade, so that county land there, enclave in the middle, if it's not purchased by you, or what becomes of it?
Well, so there is a single family residence on it.
Right.
It's been used primarily as a commercial space, lots of small engine repairs. I actually went by it the other day and I don't know what they've transitioned it to, but we're also using the back piece of it as a lot of storage. So it looks like it's still some type of mechanical shop in the back with some storage, but I can't confirm exactly what it is. I think maybe where you're going with it is there are going to be some constraints with this project is built out as what they can do with it in the future. I do know that they were really keen on maybe putting in a Starbucks without access to Overland. I'm not sure that would be very realistic, irrespective of this project. So there would be some probably limitations, especially with access would really have to come off of Rolling Hills or through the future collector road.
Follow up, but on some level, whatever it becomes, and maybe this is a city question, I apologize. Whatever it becomes, it's got to transition into what you're doing around it. It's on some level, right?
Yes.
Okay, it just really sticks out there. Thanks.
It's made the project very difficult to design around it.
I do have a question. So, Bill, you alluded to the collector road, and I can't read this even with my glasses on, but where it, I guess this is north, it goes north and then west, I assume. The little white spaces between your property and the collector road, is that no man's land? Is that what you mentioned? Or does that belong to you?
So, no, that is the property line on our property on the east stops at basically about 5 feet past the parking stalls.
Okay.
So that's just a space. It's not driven necessarily by what we would prefer or would want. It's really, we were just trying to align the road with the Movado Way that is directly on the other side of Overland.
Okay.
And so it was more of an alignment issue than anything in getting those to line up. The other issue on that road is ACHD did require that we work in the entire 70 feet of right of way since it hasn't been determined how big that future collector road will be. So that's the maximum right of way that would be needed for the largest collector road you could put in.
Okay.
Whether that's what they do or not remains a question.
So you're going to landscape the one that goes this way?
Yes, that's
What about the one that goes this way?
the white
The
space.
white spaces?
No,
You don't, that's not yours. Who owns that?
Corey Barton owns that particular property.
The little strip of land between the road and your development?
Yes. And that's about, it's a little over 3 acres parcel. And right now it's just an empty field. It's vacant.
It looks really tiny on the screen.
So think of it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a whole, so this would represent maybe a third of that entire parcel.
I gotcha.
Maybe a little more.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Commissioners.
Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for, to testify?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Alicia Eastman.
Aye. Please state your name and address for the record.
Alicia Eastman. I live at 1485 Rolling Hill. The first notification I got of this was 9 days ago when Meridian Planning and Zoning sent me this card. And I had trouble accessing this on the website. And the only information I've gotten really was from my neighbors sending emails back and forth. And now that I'm looking at this, I see that there's going to be a 4-story building directly across the street from my house. And if the road is modified, my wells, they're gonna have to replace my well. And then my neighbor also somebody's renting that house. So there's a bunch of people there living. So I don't know that owner is involved in that or really realizes what's going on. But 36 years ago, I purchased my home in a rural subdivision with it was a dead end because of the traffic, okay? And so now we're being boxed in. We're on wells, septic. A lot of my neighbors have farm animals. They have horses, they have chickens, they have sheep. Okay, and this isn't really a good integration of this property right now. In one of these planning and zoning meetings a couple of years ago, or maybe a year and a half ago, I think, the committee here said that there were going to be no modifications on Rolling Hill until all the homes were gone. We realized and you folks said, yes, all those homes are going to be gone. And I thought, well, really, nobody asked me. Okay, but my husband died 2 years ago. Yeah, eventually I'm going to have to move, but I think it's too soon and it's not being done well. It's not integrating with the neighborhood. We're still very rural where we are. So it's just poor timing, this traffic issue. The December 3rd meeting, 2021, we brought up the traffic issue of the trucks coming up and down Overland because of the BVA project that aligns it's next to the freeway. The next day after the meeting, and I was working at the time, I had a spreadsheet open and I marked between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. 184 trucks went past my house, and my house shook every time. And so we got the truck traffic to stop. They put signs, that the truck traffic had to go around to Silverstone, but this is directly at my front doorstep, which I don't think at this point in time, it's not a good time to do it. If you're going to do it, okay, when the neighborhood goes, like, buy my house, buy the neighbor's house, if that's what you're going to do. But right at my doorstep, a 4-story building, I don't think that that's livable for me. And it's the water issue also about my well that I'm concerned about, my well water. I don't want to annex to Meridian. If that whole area is going to go, why would I? And why would somebody redig my well? And if you'll give me 2 more seconds, please, or 20. Our neighbor, Robert on Overland, annexed because his well went dry, and he said he couldn't get a new well dug because no one could drill. They said they were 3 years out.
Right.
Okay, so where does that leave me? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next person is Mike Blowers. It looks like he's online, so just one moment.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Mike Blowers, 1325 Rolling Hill Drive, Meridian, Idaho. I'll let others talk about other issues. I want to point out a couple of things that aren't addressed in this document or proposal. One, that collector route that they're speaking of north of the property. I don't know if anyone's able to zoom in on that. Since our last meeting in 2022 with the BVA apartments that went in north of us, there have been 4 properties that have been available for developers or anyone to purchase well over 30 days. One of those happens to be where this collector route lies. That has been purchased by a homeowner that intends to build a home there. I don't know why this is still part of the proposal whatsoever. It seems to, I don't even know why it's even part of the discussion whatsoever. I don't know what purpose it serves. Beyond that, and I'm not even speaking for us because it's been apparent that the residents on Rolling Hill Drive do not matter. So I'm speaking on as an advocate for the apartments in BVAs north of us and for the future apartments south of us. Rolling Hill is completely pitch black. There is no sidewalks, there is no lights, and people now are walking up and down the street. We have motorcycles, we have cars going around the barriers north of us. And anecdotally, I know probably won't believe me, but they go in excess of 60 miles an hour on a 25-mile-per-hour road because it's a straight deadaway. This is in a pitch black street. And so you're going to have people walking to Topgolf, to the brewery, to the workout place from these new apartments, and they're going to be doing it in the middle of the street. And no one knows, everyone assumes, oh, it's just on a street. Like this is a residential street, it's safe. No, it's not, because there's a bunch of idiots that like to drive up and down this thing as if it's a race zone. We've talked about it before in the past. In 2022, we were dismissed. This is all in conjunction with the fact that no one's even talking about a stoplight with Movado. We don't even have, the apartments north of us aren't even open yet. The ones that are listed in the report in July, those weren't even open at the time. So you have all the apartments north of us that aren't included in the information included in this report. I mean, they're not even listed on this map. They're not even built. And so there has to be a light at some point. But if that property is going to build a home there, I don't even know why it's being considered, let alone the enclave that's being built. So part of the reason why I'm not even here in person is because I thought this project was so absurd that I didn't even think it was going to come to fruition, let alone the fact that we only have half of the council here representing us in person. So I decided not to show up. So I do not understand how it could possibly continue, like go forward without a continuation at the very least.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we have Chris Mayoka. I'm sorry, I know I'm not pronouncing that correctly.
Hi.
Hello, Chris Mayoka, 4160 Eastview Circle, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. Bill, could you zoom into that where you just were on the map? So we're using the term Collector Road. It's my street right here. This is my garden. This is where I've raised my kids, and that's all the Collector Road destroys my way of life. The Collector Road is where my kids play, they hunt, because we're in Ada County. It's where my neighbors walk their horses. When I heard about this project, I immediately called P&Z and I spoke to staff. And this was their response: given all the apartments across the street and behind you, I cannot possibly imagine us approving this proposal. And yet here we are. Commissioner Grace, you made a comment on the last session or the one before that. You said we really need to think through some of these things as a city. I want to quote something that Commissioner Seal made at a meeting on December 2nd, 2021. He said, there have been a couple of mistakes the Meridian has made. One of them was eliminating the rural designation altogether. This, speaking of our community, is a small rural community that is right in the middle of a large area of development. I think if we don't have some input on this, how it will impact these folks, it would be yet another mistake we would be making as a city. I think there are a whole lot of things that could be done here for us to be better neighbors and to bring this project in with a little more tact speaking of the Rackham Apartments, this is 100 times worse. This literally just puts 500 new neighbors in my front yard and in all of our front yards. When ACHD said you cannot make Rolling Hill a thoroughway for Topgolf, Commissioner Steve Yearsley said, I applaud Brighton and what they have done to try and minimize the impact to the homeowners on Rolling Hill. I've read the staff report, and I just can't believe with the quotes in the staff report that the recommendation is to move forward. Here's one: the lack of integration may hinder interaction, disrupt cohesive infrastructure, and prevent coordinated land uses, causing a sense of isolation, particularly for the county enclave, that's us, from the overall broader regional growth dynamics. I just want to read one last quote from the report. Furthermore, with approximately 760 multifamily units already within the vicinity, Commission and Council should evaluate whether the city necessitates additional multifamily housing in this area. I ask you respectfully, Commissioners, what are we doing? This plan is ill-conceived. It may be wonderful in 10 years when Overland is extended, just not now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Robin Mayoka.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission. Robin Mayoka, 4160 Eastview Circle, Meridian 83642. My main concern is traffic studies. I appreciate your story tonight, Madam Chair, as you personally related to a situation coming before you tonight. Your neighborhood, your area. That's me right now. I have four children, 3 of them teenage years, all driving, soon to be driving. When we exit our neighborhood from Rolling Hills to Overland, it is constant sirens all the time. And I would challenge you to look at the accidents that take place right there on Overland, right in front of the new Zamzos, where that intersection with the light. It's not just bumper to bumper accidents, it's crashes that are taking place. And I look at what we've invested in this home over the last 6 years, and it's heartbreaking to think, even now, with apartments just south of us or north of us, where Topgolf, and then even west of us, east or west of Eagle, those new apartments are not even occupied yet. And to think that we're going to bring in another apartment complex in this very confined space is unfathomable to me as a homeowner. And I expect better from my city to protect people who own land, who have really brought the heart of Meridian, like was stated earlier. We own livestock. We walk horses. Like, this is the heart of Meridian. And I'm asking you, council, to please consider that. You can go 2 miles outside of this parameter and do whatever you want, but preserve what is still here. But I challenge you to please look at the traffic studies for the sake of our children as a mom. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Amy Wattles.
My name is Amy Waddles. My address is 1360 Rolling Hill Drive. My property would be slightly north of View Circle, so it's on that corner there. Tonight's meeting is not about this proposal. Tonight is just one stop along 15-year history of residents on Rolling Hill trying to work with the city to figure out a logical way to integrate this community to annex it into the city. Our last process, we went through BVA, Top Golf, and the comments were made from the city. For some reason, the city approved development from the interstates. And then they're like, okay, it makes sense to move forward from there. But now what's happening is that development has happened. Now there's a proposal on the other end, which is completely boxing us in with two developments. Within that area, like our neighbors have talked about, we all have livestock. We have it's a small rural road. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the road. It's a small road. Our road is crumbling because of the traffic, because of the heavy machinery that was coming down the road to build Top Golf. Unfortunately, at some point they shut it down. We are not built to be handling this influx of traffic through our subdivision. I encourage you all to go back and read meeting notes, comments from city council, highlights that stand out where planning and zoning and then city council determined there would be no more road improvements on Rolling Hill until the homes were gone. That includes sidewalks, that includes replacing the road, any of that. This was an opportunity for the city to do right by the residents. In Rackham behind us, a 4-story apartment was approved. The residents were not aware. We were not part of that process. Had we known that that was an agenda item, we would have been there just like we're here tonight. And the comment made at city council was, well, I wouldn't want it in my backyard, but nobody's here to object to it. We're here, we're objecting. We're saying this is completely inappropriate for where we live and what the current status is at this time. At the neighborhood meeting, we tried to share concerns. We were actually shocked based on every indication we had previously had that development would move forward, not backwards again, that this was even on the table, and talk about any concern falling on deaf ears. We weren't happy when BVA came in, Top Golf came in, but at least they listened. We said, you know, these are kind of the no-goes. These are the issues we're having. At this meeting, it was like, sorry, that's what we can do. We've got to do better than that. You've got 4-story apartments overlooking a pasture with 2 goats and a pig. Is that integration? The neighbors don't want connectivity to this development. The neighbors don't want sidewalks. The neighbors just want to be until a developer comes in and has a clear, logical plan to develop the area in a way that makes sense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next person that signed up is David Ellis.
Hi.
David Ellis, 1395 Rolling Hill Drive, and then I also own other property, 1300 Rolling Hill Drive as well.
Okay.
My biggest concern is obviously the infrastructure. As it goes right now, Mike brought up a good point. They had the opportunity to buy a parcel of land over there. They did not. So the collector road that they're talking about, who does Corey Barton going to sell it? Like, what is the chances that actually end up happening in the future? I don't see it ever happening. And especially if someone builds a house right in the middle of it, how is it going to happen? Are you going to tear down the house? I mean, it's going to be a brand new construction house in a rural subdivision. That's the first thing. Second thing, he talked about new sidewalks and everything else up to the point of entrance getting into the apartments. So from that point to the end of Rolling Hill, where it is a turnaround, what's going to happen between A and B? Because there's nothing happening there. It's already been pointed out. There's no streetlights. It's dark. People haul butt down that road. And what are we going to do about that? Second thing, how are we going to get out on Overland? There is no way to get out on Overland as it is. I don't know if you guys drove down there, but if you go between 3:30 to 6 o'clock at night, you're lucky, you're probably going to be sitting there a good 5 or 10 minutes just to get out onto Overland. So what's going to happen with that whole thing? I don't know exactly when Overland's supposed to get widened. What I was told was 2026. I don't know if that's correct. Well, that's 2 years from now. So what's going to happen from now until then? That's all the questions I have. I think these guys have already got everything else. We have animals, we have kids. I don't want any of it to happen.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, no one else has signed up.
Would the applicant like to come back and address some of the concerns?
I just wanted to cover a couple of items. Excuse me. First, Amy. Is it Amy? I apologize. I was not at the neighborhood meeting. I did receive a lot of notes that we did try to incorporate into the project itself, but I apologize. I was not there. The second one is the collector road is obviously an issue. I would agree. There are a lot of practical implications on whether or not the road will ever be built. Recently had an application in Garden City and I called it the road to nowhere. And ultimately, maybe that's what we're really talking about. Notwithstanding that, it does have to be considered. It is in the master street map. It's not on the 5-year plan, but it is in anticipation that it will be developed and built at some time in the future. There was the comments on the staff report, as well as it brought up tonight, was the integration of this project. I do think that the comments with regards to the enclave project were specific to the parcel in the middle. Notwithstanding that, I did take some issues with this concept of integration. You know, we do have paths that go throughout the project. But I think more importantly, when you look at the mixed-use regional, sometimes we want to get really myopic on a project, right? Well, when you look at in the comp plan in the mixed-use regional, really talks about that whole brown area that's highlighted in the future in the flume, the future land use map. And when you really drill down onto it, you have to take that into account with everything that's in this area. And I make the argument that this is actually in line with integration, and it's in line with the comp plan, and it's in line with the code. It does fully integrate with all those others. You look at, again, you had a lot of CG, you have R40 just to the north, now you have R1, now you have this CC, which is complemented by the commercial that's on the south side of Overland. I think you also look at that major intersection is also within that mixed-use regional area, and that needs to be needs to be considered as part of that integration. I think this is a natural evolution into the fully development of that mixed-use regional designated area. That's all the comments I had.
Do we have any, hold on. Did you have a question for the applicant?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I had one question. If that enclave wasn't there and you had access to that whole site, would you have designed it differently? I mean, you talk about potentially chiropractors and dentists and things being in that commercial space. Would you have designed that differently?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Grace.
So that there's
Looking at it, so the issue is with the limited access off Overland. You know, my initial response is I would design it differently because my inclination is to front load the commercial onto Overland Drive. But then you have access. So you kind of have to make these natural buffers from that commercial aspects of the project and kind of insulate it from what I deem kind of the multifamily aspects of it. I would probably on the building C there is 7,000 some change commercial space. I would probably make that a full multifamily building and shift as much of that commercial down onto Overland. I think aesthetically it looks good. Then I think you could pull that traffic, keep that traffic kind of that commercial, what I'll call the commercial traffic on the south side of the project.
I asked the question just because some of the comments the public comments, and I wondered if that would alleviate any heartache, but okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sandoval?
I can start here. I'll try to keep this brief. I believe the project does integrate some of the components of mixed use. I also believe that additional multifamily with the current 760 units in the vicinity right now is excessive and unnecessary. Listening to the public testimony, I do agree with many of the concerns and issues. And it feels, and I really don't like how subjective that word is, but it's definitely applicable here. Like we're forcing the current homeowners to either deal with the 4-story complex directly adjacent to their property or sell. And with no real transitional space, that's a real issue. My biggest issue is the enclave this makes. It's nonsensical to approve something that isolates and surrounds a smaller property like this. What precedent would that be setting? Now, I understand the project does have these constraints. However, the constraints, the roads, the enclave, the collector road, the neighbors, they're prime reasons for denial. Now, as such, I'm in favor of denial, and I can't be in support of the project as is.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I think there's some big problems with this here. And there's I would honestly say a lot of them I don't fault the developer for. I think there are certain realities with this property and with this timing that just kind of make this really difficult. I agree with some of what Commissioner Sandoval said about transitional space and things like that. I think some of this location is too small to really have a ton of great transitional space. I think the thing for me mostly is the kind of the general need for some larger thinking about how we address this entire property, or we address this entire neighborhood. In reality, I think we're just looking at kind of 10, 20 years from now, you can anticipate a lot of this infill starting to happen. And I'd like to see some more interconnectivity and integration planned out from the start. And I think generally speaking, just getting this enclave taken care of and getting this, we can't force annex anyone, obviously. But just annexing this property as a whole and helping it develop as a whole can probably help us create a better site plan that is more conducive to future integration with the rest of that mixed use residential as it becomes the mixed use residential that it is in the Flume. So I whereas some previous ones I could easily say this is not the time. This one I have some heartburn over. I feel like the developers did a great job with kind of what the cards they were dealt. I just don't know if that's enough for a winning hand at the moment, to be quite frank.
Thank you. Commissioner Grace?
Madam Chair, yeah, I could go into a lot of the details, but the bottom line for me is it just doesn't fit. The transition doesn't work here. I'm trying to justify in my own mind, why I go for other projects and this project. And for me, the reason is it doesn't fit here. There's a history here of homes and we're bringing this in from the county. It's not like it's a portion of this. It's not like it's already here. There's a history of city meetings and statements on this that it indicates some acknowledgement of this being a little bit of a challenging area. So I give some deference to that. This county piece in the middle, I think makes it problematic. And I agree with Commissioner Smith. I think the applicant has done a great job based on what he's got. And, but I do feel like the citizens here, the neighbors here deserve probably a little better than what this is based on the history and where this, what this property is. So those are my thoughts.
I do appreciate that, the fact that we take each application individually, and just because we say yes on one, and it might be an identical project to another, but the land is different, the roads are different, the space is different, the neighbors are different. And so we try not to set a precedent saying if we said yes here, we have to say yes there. So in that regard, I'm the same way. The enclave is kind of throwing me, and the transition to have a 1 acre or 3 acre parcel with a pasture, even if your house is a little bit off-site, away from this, to be able to have to pass an apartment building every day would be a struggle for me as well. Commissioner Rust, do you have any comments?
For a first commission meeting, you guys sure gave some doozies out tonight.
Yeah.
I resonate with a lot of that. I think this area, the trajectory is very clear. The developer made some good points. I do think that this integrates into the long-term plan, even the midterm plan. The reality is this ground, the highest and best use, just looking at the surrounding square mile, it's not going to be farm ground, which, as somebody who grew up here in rural Meridian, that's a sad transition in a lot of ways. I do question the timing, and I honestly think that I would support this if it wasn't for the enclave, but the enclave just adds a whole nother dimension of complexity, and that's not the developer's fault. But all things considered, I don't think this is the right time.
I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sandoval?
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to recommend denial to the City Council of file number H 2023-0070 as presented during the hearing on October 3rd, 2024 for the following reasons. The enclave it creates, as well as the transition to neighboring homes.
It's been moved to decline the conditional use permit and annexation for Rolling Hill subdivision due to the enclave and lack of transition. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved in second for application number 2023-0070. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioners, I'll take one more motion.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.